Certified. On today's broadcast of Foundational Black Americans are just better than everybody else, we gonna regulate whoever the hell this woman is right here. Immigrants ain't build no damn America. Foundational Black Americans did. And I got a strong suspicion that this woman right here is just another NAACP tether, because she don't look like she's of the lineage. And then on top of that, we gonna go ahead and we gonna serve up this CARICOM and say, good. You want reparations over there? Stay the hell out of our reparations right here. Oh, and we also got something for the dark knuckle community. Yeah. You remember all them Jamaicans and Haitians and Africans that was talking about you just want to be white? Well, it looked like your hands want to be white, but your knuckles said no. Yeah, and somebody, please, come get Cedric the Entertainer. Somebody, please. All of those things and certified Black society right here on the Alpha Cast. Let's go to work. Free Huey.
Black Alpha Network. Home of Black excellence. Power to the people.
Here we go. Right back at it one more time. Foundational Black Americans on the grind. I see y'all. Certified salute. Man, it feel good to be here, y'all. You know what I'm saying? It's almost a real holiday season official. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to bake some people at about 350, 450, 550. But everybody's getting packed up right now, right here, because that's what we do. They talk about it. We be about it. But we ain't got to talk it because we live it. And Foundational Black Americans are all authentic. You already know. Certified salute. Yes, G checking in effect. Comment right there. I see Chicago. Shutdown in the house. I see Chicago 2 times. So you know when you start off and you got Chicago in the building, what's happening? Shout out to the DMV. Much love and respect. Shout out to the West Coast. Shout out to the whole mid. Everybody in here right now. Seattle, I see you. It sound like we got a hell of a lot of regulators. And you know what happened, family? When them regulators is in the building, them regulators mount up and we go all the way to work, fam. They not ready for what we have for them today, but they gonna have to deal with it because I'm Foundational Black American and I said so. Let's go, y'all. Let's go. Family, what we talking about out here in these streets, y'all? What we talking about? Are they still trying to run with this whole Immigrants Built America? Did they go and get them they little puppets in the NAACP? Did they get some tethers that been running around here trying to make it look like they Foundational Black Americans, but Foundational Black Americans? No, they ain't Foundational Black Americans. It all looked like the same game that they always play. Shout out to the BX, the Bronx. I see you. Yes, indeed. Family, let me show y'all this. Somebody please help me because I just came across this earlier today and I need some damn help. Somebody let me know right now if you got an answer. What the hell is an Afro-Indigenous person? That sounds a little too much like they've been listening to us reclaiming our indigenous status, so they got to go ahead and throw Afro on it. Oh, yeah. Oh, y'all want to go there today, fam? Do we got to go all the way in? Afro-Indigenous mysteries? How come it's always a mystery to everybody but us? Y'all notice that, family? Foundational Black Americans don't ever say nothing about no mysteries. We know who the hell we are. We know where we came from. Your grandma, my grandma, both sit down and have some sweet tea and talk about how we're the real indigenous Americans. Ain't no damn mystery. Because it seems to always be a mystery when you start bringing up my past, where we come from historically. But when you start talking about everybody else, you got all the answers. They came from here and there. They came back around there. They walked across this. And then when they landed, it was just them. When it comes to Foundational Black Americans, it's a mystery. We can't figure it out. The world's mad right now because all that mystery and we don't know and we can't figure it out stuff. We done said, damn you ain't qualified to speak on my business any damn way. Anybody who ain't qualified to speak on FBA business, sit your ass right here and stay there. Point blank. You ain't qualified to speak on FBA business because you ain't qualified to speak on nobody's business. That's the way we moving, because when you FBA and you say so, you FBA and you say so, family. Let's go to work. Fam, we going to break down everybody. The NAACP, wrap, done for, checkmate. We're going to go through CARICOM, because y'all know CARICOM right now, they over there in England pushing for reparations. But I'm going to tell y'all how they trying to play it. They want an apology, and then they trying to smooth over what we got. But for every one of those, you got a dusty, musty, and always rusty-ass tether. And these tethers are right here still running their mouth. And they still saying things like Black Americans don't know who they are. No, you don't know who you are because you don't have a birth certificate. The I don't have a birth certificate crowd can be the shut the hell up crowd. How about that one? Look at this, y'all. Here we go. Look at this dude right here. And I want y'all to tell me, is he having a tether identity crisis? Check it out, y'all. They always try to put their identity crisis on us. First off, his hair is having an identity crisis because they don't know what the hell it wants to do. Okay. And then on top of all of that, look like he needs some damn Vaseline and some lotion. So he's having an identity crisis there. But watch this dude, family. He says Black Americans don't know who we are. Immigrants basically built America. But then he tells us he don't know where he's from in Africa. Watch this.
You know, I knew Black Americans for the first time were weird when I was getting African jokes, and I wasn't even African. I mean, I am African. I am African. I am African. I wasn't even African. I am African. I know that I'm from Africa, but I don't know where I come from there. But shoot, in middle school, high school, people were calling me African booty scratcher and all these things, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, y'all suffer from an identity crisis here. We all are from Africa. Y'all got to stop this mess.
Who's we? Who's we? Family, did he just start off and say he don't know who he is? And then he flipped it on to us. Well, y'all don't know who y'all are. I don't know who I am. I mean, I know, but I'm not really from Africa, but I was from Africa. I don't know nothing. You see how these tethers keep trying to trauma dump on us, y'all? And who the hell you mean we? There ain't no we, fam. The lines are getting clear. The gatekeeping is getting stronger. The delineation is to the maximum. You can't weasel in not one iota over here on the FBA side. We checking everybody. If you're with me, let's go. Look how he starts off and says he don't know who he is. And then he goes on the thing saying we don't know who we are. No, Mr. I don't have a birth certificate. Mr. I don't have a woman. Watch this right here, family.
You know, I knew Black Americans for the first time were weird when I was getting African jokes, and I wasn't even African. I am African. I am African. I am African. I am African. I wasn't even African. I am African. I know that I'm from Africa, but I don't know where I come from there. But shoot, in middle school, high school, people were calling me African booty scratch and all these things, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, y'all suffer from an identity crisis here. We all are from Africa. Y'all got to stop this mess. A girl commented on my last video talking about, baby, go back south. Sorry, ain't no other country going to accept you if they kick us out this month. You might well go back south too.
What? Who? Said I'm in the South. What? South where? What? South Sudan? That's where you from. You see, family, how they come out the gate on some we don't know who we are stuff, and then they just say a bunch of things. And by the way, he's one of these guys who acts like he's from the South. Did you hear how he said shouted? Did you hear that, family? He said shouty. Showity. He don't even say shouty right, fam. I'm telling y'all, watch out for all of these tethers with these fake ass Southern accents, y'all. They are not us at all. His shouty had way too many damn vowels in it. This dude is non-FBA. He's a straight African. But if you so African, why are you going so far into our business? Let's go.
You're talking about, baby, go back south. Sorry, ain't no other country going to accept you if they kick us out.
That was the worst shouty I've ever heard in my life. We don't talk like that in Georgia, partner.
Ain't no other country going to accept you if they kick us out this month. You're talking about, baby, go back south. Sorry, ain't no other country going to accept you if they kick us out this month. You might well go back south too. What are you talking about? Y'all talking about melanated and stuff, using all these nowadays words and shit. Like, come on, man. Like, I'm tired of y'all using that shit. Just like, if you don't want to be black, don't be black. Like, honestly. But I don't know who else going to accept you. Because your ass ain't European. Y'all want to be a bunch of bad bitches from Europe and shit. And that shit is weird to me. I don't know what y'all got going on. Ain't none of y'all fully Native American. Y'all ain't getting no type of pension from any Native American tribes. They don't even claim y'all. Like, come on now. Let's be real with ourselves. I started off deleting y'all comments on the other video, but you
want to make a whole nother video. Fam, why they think that we want acceptance? We ain't been running around here talking about some we want acceptance. And y'all notice again how the Africans always have this thing when it comes to Black Americans being indigenous. Why do Africans who are from a whole different continent and a whole different country have so much of a worry about Black Americans being indigenous? You see Africans more upset at Black Americans for being indigenous than you see $2 Tonto. There ain't nothing you gonna do that's gonna make us an African, bruh. Ain't nothing you gonna do. You can't strip away the indigenous nature of FBA, partner. You need to be worrying about, are you indigenous to your homeland in Africa? And if you are, how come you ain't doing nothing over there? This is why we delineate.
You know what? Go ahead, come on with it so I can educate you on how the world really is. Because obviously, y'all lack in that field. And it shows a lot. I mean, this is the whole reason why we got Ebonics as a motherfucking second language. And then now we got numerous different types of slang and stuff. People come up with their own words and shit. Like, come on now. Look, y'all really lost. Y'all really lost. I don't need y'all coming at me like that. Shoot, I know where I'm from. And I'm going to find out exactly what country I am from. If you actually go back and ask...
You know where you're from, and you're going to find out what country you're from. So you don't know where you're from then. Fam, this is what I'm telling you. These individuals don't know where they're from. Listen what he just said. He said, I know where I'm from, and I'm going to find out the country. Do y'all know what country you're from? Black Americans, do you know the country you're from? Because this man just told us he don't even know the damn country. He said he don't know the country he's from. So you just know you from Africa, but you don't know the country. In my world, that means your ass don't know where you're from. Because you probably ain't got a birth certificate just like your mama and your daddy's mama and your mama's daddy. None of y'all got any of that. So you're still talking about FBA, but you are MIA, missing in your own homeland.
Sure, granny and shit, I'm pretty sure they'd be really pissed off about you sitting here talking about you ain't no African, like you ain't African American. Like I don't even like putting American at the end of my shit. I'm just African, bro. I just live here. I'm a foreigner. It's the land of the foreigners, and y'all gotta start understanding that. So,
woo! You knew he was gonna get to it, y'all. He don't even like saying American. He said this country is the land of the foreigners. That sounds just like that damn NAACP lady, now don't it? That sounds just like that salami dude in New York. That sounds like every damn Democrat, don't it? Well, if you don't like America, why are you in America? Because apparently you don't like Black Americans. You don't like America. So you need to go back to Africa. Oh, you can't go back to Africa because you just told me you don't even know where you're from in Africa. This is a dusty, rusty ass tether.
I can ask your granny and shit. I'm pretty sure they'd be really pissed off about you sitting here talking about you ain't no African. Like you ain't African American. Like I don't even like putting American at the end of my shit. I'm just African, bro. I just live here. I'm a foreigner. It's the land of the foreigners. And y'all gotta start understanding that. So come on with the comments again, man. Like y'all really sound dumb and frugal. And I really wanna just sit there and leave y'all up there and let the rest of the world look at you.
I really want to get you a comb. I want to get you some damn lotion. And I know you need some deodorant, okay? I'm going to send my certifieds to go ahead and get you a care packet, partner, because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. None of them know what they're talking about because they ain't saying nothing. That's what it is, y'all. This is why we talk about the delineation process and moving forward with it. That right there is a clear example of what we deal with when we deal with these tethers, y'all. This man started off saying we don't know who we are, and apparently he doesn't know who he is. The man starts off talking about I'm from Africa. I mean, I just don't know the country. Everything that he said is really what they be trying to put on us, but foundational Black Americans ain't going for it, y'all. Never have, never will. We got to shut it down all the way because right now, y'all, we're making the narrative changes. We're the ones out there saying things, and what we say goes. And y'all, they got a whole gang of stuff that they out here trying to push on the foundational Black Americans. You'll be surprised, y'all, some of the things that you see that these individuals are doing. I showed you just earlier, y'all, The new term that they're coming up with is indigenous. As a matter of fact, let me flip that. It's Afro-indigenous. They don't even just say it regular. It's Afro-indigenous, because what they're doing is they want to take foundational Black American indigenous culture. They own that now. Oh, yeah, fam. See, now we done put in so much work, y'all. They out there kind of scared. They looking right now and they're going, well, wait a minute now. This whole Black Americans being the indigenous people, this is getting too much steam. It's taking off a little too much for them. They don't like the fact that foundational Black Americans are really out here standing on that front line. This is what I'm talking about. Have y'all seen this right here? This is what I was just telling you. Afro-indigenous history. And fam, they always put mysteries by who we are. Fam, they got whole videos, whole dissertations, and they're mixing and conflating foundational Black Americans being the indigenous people. They're mixing and conflating that with Latinos. Oh, yeah, fam, there's a whole setup at play right here. And everything that you're seeing are these individuals trying their damnedest to make it look like foundational Black Americans are them. This is that they is us thing. Remember that, y'all. It's that they is us. This is the game that these people are trying to run on FBA. I want you to notice that, and I want you to identify that. Because once you do, then you're going to be able to play the game the right way. Remember, y'all, delineation has to protect the past as much as the present. You have to. Because if you are not protecting the past, they're going to strip your damn present away. That's what they're doing every single moment, y'all. They out there talking about 10-point programs. Fam, they said they got a 10-point program on how we are Afro-indigenous, which basically is just them saying, y'all know y'all still African, because they're trying to take the ancient, the indigenous Black Americans and make them a bunch of Afros, a bunch of Africans, because they know we rejected in the present, so they got to go back to the past. They think they slick, but they don't understand, man. They rocking with some real ones, some real certifieds. This is what we was talking about the NAACP. This is what we were meaning. Oh, man, they sending out every single dusty ass, old, outdated, want to be. Nobody even knows who the hell this woman is. Nobody ever seen this woman before. And family, when you look at her paperwork, it's extremely dirty, extremely dirty. And she's been out here running around talking that Black Americans are really just immigrants. We're just generic Africans and we're modified immigrants. That's what they're trying to push. This is what we were talking about, y'all. It's all a part of the game.
Voices that it was immigrants who built this country. Africans, no opportunity for freedom or even freedom of thought, were in fact immigrants. Now, we're talking about immigration as if it's something over there or over there. But the harm to every immigrant is harm to every one of us. In this country, we want to believe that the Constitution has protected us all, and in fact, it has not.
Fam, do y'all hear an accent? Do you hear an accent there, family? Tell me you hear that accent. I'm sorry, there's a deep accent right there with this woman. She can barely get the words out. This woman ain't no damn Black American. Let's make this clear. This is not a Black American. Shout out to the brother who wrote me earlier today, because I had a brother who wrote me earlier today on social media, and he was saying how this woman's background is scrubbed. You can't find nothing on this person, y'all. They don't say anything. All they say is that she's from Harlem, but they don't tell you anything else. They'll say that she's from Harlem and she's also from Carolina. This lady's name is Corine Mack. You hear the accent, right? Yeah. Fam, this is what they're doing. Remember Jotaka Edie? It's the same thing they did with her. They keep trying to tell us that these individuals are really just Black Americans. This ain't no damn Black American. Listen to that accent. She's stuttering. She's struggling trying to get all that out. And the first thing she comes out saying is that this country was built by immigrants. And then she took it a step further. Then she goes on to say not only that, but she says we are also immigrants as well. Notice she made us modified immigrants.
I want to start with reminding everyone within the sound of our voices.
Oh, hell no. Boy, she got a nasty accent. You ain't no Black American. I'm sorry. Cancel that, y'all. This ain't no damn Black American right here.
That it was immigrants who built this country. Africans who were enslaved, who had no opportunity for freedom even freedom of thought.
Freeze, fam, hold up. Wait a minute. I'm confused. I need y'all to help me out because something's confusing me with this. Y'all let me know. Is this woman saying that immigrants built this country with African slaves? Or did she just say that the African slaves were the immigrants? I have a hard time, first off, hearing through that terrible tether accent. But I'm also having a hard time understanding where she's getting at with this. Because at first listen, it sounded like she was saying the immigrants built America with the Africans. Because that's one of the things they do, y'all. They be like that the immigrants and the Africans were all living in harmony until the colonizer showed up. Now I'm listening and I'm wondering, is she saying that the country was built by immigrants and those immigrants were African slaves? I'm having a difficult time trying to figure out what this tether-ass woman is saying, but I know she ain't a Black American because I can listen to all of the African popping out. I don't know what she's saying. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, you know, we say clean right here. Much love. Appreciate you. Fam, somebody let me know. I don't know. I'm having a hard time because this individual is very, very, very skeptical and then going down the line of all the talking points that we always hear them use against us, fam. It's one, you heard them all. Yeah, she mixed them all up, right? Okay. Yeah, they keep on lying. Absolutely, sister. This is what we talking about, y'all. They're trying to make us generic Africans and modified immigrants.
Were in fact immigrants. Now, we're talking about immigration as if it's something over there. It's harm to every one of us.
No, your ass needs to be over there in your homeland. This is what I'm talking about. This is why we delineate, y'all. Look at this woman trying to cloak herself in our identity. And now she's trying to rewrite our history. This is dangerous right here, y'all. Look at the handlers in the back. Fam, you're going to be seeing a lot more of this woman. This right here is Cohen Tether Pro. This is what it is, fam. They getting real desperate today.
In this country, we want to believe.
What? Like hell to get Constitution out. In this country, the Constitution, what today and it will not. What? Fam, she ain't say Constitution. You ain't from America. You can't even say the word Constitution. Hell no. That sounded like it straight came from Belize, came from Cameroon, that came from Ghana, Kenya. That ain't no Black American.
We want to believe that the Constitution has protected us all, and in fact, it has not. But that doesn't mean that we can't work to ensure that it does. In the Charlotte-Mecklenburg area, there are people standing behind me.
What the hell did she... Fam, I can't make this out. We need some tether subtitles, y'all. I don't know what she's trying to say. That was rough. This is difficult, y'all. And then just told me. And when it came back for when it did, fam, these tethers can't even speak English. They can't speak English, man. I'm just being honest, y'all. They can't speak English, but they know so much about our history in America. It don't add up. It don't compute. You are not a Black American. You cannot speak English. You can't even say the word Constitution. Her ass was struggling to get them letters out. So why are you talking on Black American history, homegirl?
Who have committed to ensure we are going to protect the people of this residence. We hope that includes all of you. From 2016 to 2020, I would go to hearings to stop deportations. And in those hearings, there would be no one there but myself and maybe two other people. So this is not a new concept. It's a more egregious concept. We have a little man sitting in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue who really believes that Hitler was the greatest man ever on earth, whose whole vision is to be just like Hitler, and is trying to create a 1940s Germany right here in the United States. And like then, many people said, well, it's them, it's not me, until eventually it was them.
Stop. Now I want y'all to see what she just did there, y'all. Y'all notice how she ran that whole game, and then she turned around and started doing the, well, if Black Americans, because she's talking to Black Americans. That's why they sent her out there. if Black Americans don't do this, that, and the other thing for them people over there, then Black Americans are really just like the folks who turned the blind eye over there in Germany. That's the guilt trip that they be trying to spin Black Americans on, fam. And it ain't working. It ain't working. And we went down, fam, and we went all across social media. I'm telling you right now, this woman's whole identity is hidden. They done scrubbed the internet. Scrubbing the internet is a real thing when it comes to these tethers. Do y'all remember when we were younger? They would tell you who individuals were. They would show you their parents, their grandparents. You'd see it all flat out, right? They'd be like, this individual, that individual grew up here, Jamaican parents. Notice the Jamaican parents, African parents. They don't talk about that no more on the internet. They be real quiet, y'all. They don't talk about it. How do you know? Look at the difference between when Barack Obama ran, and they were talking about his Kenyan dad and his white mom, and then look at Kamala Harris. When it got to Kamala, fam, y'all know because we gave her that work. They still won't tell you if that was her real grandma, and it wasn't. They get real cautious now about it because delineation. Delineation is making everybody go back in time, scrub the internet, because they know if Black Americans hear you talking just like that woman right there, Mrs. Tether, and we look at you and we say, well, you ain't one of us, then you canceled from speaking on us. They don't like that fact, y'all, that we going back in time and we checking everybody and saying, if you ain't FBA, you can't speak on FBA. Let me see your damn parents. What's your paperwork hitting for? Trust me, y'all, they done got the message. Message delivered, message received. If you talk about FBA, you better be FBA or FBA gonna ruin you. Look at this though, y'all. I go all the way down this woman's line, right? Check this out. You don't see nothing about this woman's background. Corine Mack, that's her name. President of the NAACP Charlotte branch. Watch this right here, family. She starts talking about Black Americans, but you notice she starts saying African American in third person. And then I'm going to show you another clip of this woman where she slips up and she says African men when she was really trying to say Black American men. If you watch, fam, you're going to see that tether oozing out of this woman. Watch this, family.
Everyone. Good morning. And good morning to Mrs. Houston. I thank you for the invitation, as well as for your entire committee. You've been a blessing to the community, and I really appreciate this opportunity. And so my name is Corine Mack, for those of you who don't know. I've been traveling over the state for some time and recently got this position of president. And so let me tell you a little bit about myself. Just keep in mind, I am a minister, so I'm long-winded. Okay, so keep me in check. First of all, I'm number 12 of 13 children. My youngest sister is here with me today. She moved down here 2 years ago, so I'm very thankful for that. But I'm originally from Harlem, USA. I am the proud product of union parents. Both my mother and father.
No. You ain't got union parents. You got immigrant parents. That's some immigrant talk right there, fam. I hope y'all seen that right there, fam. I hope y'all caught that, right? And notice she says Harlem, USA. You ain't from no damn Harlem, USA. Okay, your ass is from Ghana, Africa. That's where you from. Watch this, fam. Now she's going to start talking about how the African Americans got along with her. She's not talking in first person.
From Harlem, USA. I am the proud product of union parents. Both my mother and father instilled in us at a very young age is our responsibility to give back. So my altruism comes from my parents. Believe it or not, I was very introverted as a child. I used to get beat up all the time, but I was very skinny, and I attended a private school called the Dalton School, which was a very prestigious school in New York City. And a lot of my African-American sisters and brothers of the community.
African-American sisters and brothers? Fam, do we ever say that? Do we ever sit here and talk and be like, all my Black American brothers and sisters of the community? No, I would just say my brothers and sisters. Fam, why do you have to put African-American in front of it if that is your real family? Look what she just did right there, y'all. I hope you caught that. This woman's a tether, y'all. This is a straight up tether. Don't listen to none of that stuff, y'all. My African-American brothers and sisters of the community, she sound like damn Donald Trump. There go my African-American friend. I got my African-American friend in the crowd. This woman is an immigrant.
Private school called the Dalton School, which was a very prestigious school in New York City. And a lot of my African-American sisters and brothers of the community thought I was better than them. So I got beat up a lot. And my younger.
Ooh, Fam, that sound like the whole Black Americans is hating on me. That sound like my immigrant parents told me to stay away from the Akata. Oh, if you scrub the internet and you hide all these people's backgrounds, all we gonna do is just listen. I'm gonna listen to how you talk. I'm gonna hear how your ass is struggling to say the word Constitution. I'm gonna see that damn gap look like a football field. That wig look like the carpet I'm stepping on. And how you just referred to Black Americans in 15th person, and then you said that Black Americans are hating on you. This is the same thing. Fam, didn't Wale just say that last week? Wale said the same damn thing she's saying. Black Americans didn't get along with me. Fam, we've never said that. We've never said Black Americans didn't get along with me. Black Americans were being mean to me. I might say my homeboy, I might say Jerome, I might say Marcus, I might say my homeboy Kevin. I'm never going to say, well, you know, the Black Americans, they didn't get along with Black Alpha. That right there is because she is not a Black American. And she's going straight into that immigrant thing. They all got the same damn story. I came here with nothing. I worked so damn hard. My parents are builders. Black American kids was mean to me. That is the telltale sign.
New York City, and a lot of my African American sisters and brothers of the community thought I was better than them. So I got beat up a lot. And my younger sister used to fight for me. It was later on in years, I realized that I had a responsibility to stand up for what was right. And so I didn't know the article would be so long when I saw the article. But yes, I believe that I should stand for what I believe in, and we will.
I believe that your ass is the tether. That's what I believe in. How about this right here, y'all? Look at this one. Watch right here. She's going to slip up and try to say Black Americans, but she slips and says Africans. Okay, she has one of them tether slip-ups, y'all. Watch this right here.
That's your right to have a problem. But let me say this. The African American struggle is a struggle that's more than 100 years old. We have never won anything standing alone.
Ain't no damn we. Man, that woman, listen, fam, look at this person. That ain't no damn Black American. This is why we delineate. You got to delineate from the Uber driver, from the tether on our Twitter spaces, and these fake-ass politicians and fake-ass activists. She's cloaking herself in our identity and now hitting us with the we talk. Look at that woman. Fam, that woman ain't no Black American. Point blank. And we got to be hard on this, fam, because I'm telling you now, you go ahead and say, we're going to give this one a pass. Next thing you know, she going to be writing all types of policies for other people who are non-Black American. Because remember, y'all, she told us that we was mean to her when she was a kid. And y'all know they hold that stuff their whole damn life. And then they write policies for everybody else. Watch her now say, we and our struggle is a little over 100 years. Where the hell she been at? Oh, not in America. And then watch her right here, fam. She says, goddamn, look at that clip right there. Look at her face, boy. Let me tell you something. If you think this person is a Black American, your ass is not a Black American. Only people think that face right there is a Black American is somebody who is trying to get Black American reparations money. You cannot see past this. You can't unsee this damn tether. Hell no. But watch her here say, we need to have allies. I wonder who that could be, y'all.
100 years old. We have never won anything standing alone. We have to find a way to come together to win. Now, I am not gay, but I love my gay sisters and brothers.
What?
You know why? It's my responsibility. I have a mandate from God to love everyone.
What the hell does this got to do with Black people? What a curveball that was. Family, how the hell did we just go from the Black American struggle for 100 years, she said, to now the Rainbow Committee? The Rainbow Community. How the hell did it flip that fast? You see what we talking about, y'all? So we already showed you the video just from the other day. Shout out to my brother Tariq. He was going in. He was lighting her ass up just on Sunday night. Check this right here. And I'm going to light her ass up right here on Tuesday night, fam. This is how we do things. Watch her pivot off of the Black American struggle, and immediately she starts talking about RuPaul's struggle. Yeah, she starts talking about Boy George. Skittles, taste the rainbow. You see how fast it went from us and your lineage to them and their starburst? These are tethers, family.
Gay, but I love to come together to win. Now, I am not gay, but I love my gay sisters and brothers. Want to know why? It's my responsibility. I have a mandate from God to love everybody. And so if they're hurting, then I'm hurting. And I think as African American men, And
Oh no, there it goes. There it goes. She was about to say African. Watch y'all. Oh, I caught you. Oh, I see you. Look at that tether face. Look at that devious ass tether face, y'all. She thought she was slick. She caught. She like, oh shit, I messed up. Damn. I was supposed to say Black Americans, but I said African. Now watch her, fam. She's going to start to say that Black American men are homophobic. Yeah, she going down the whole list, y'all. Oh, we calling her out today. Oh, you know this Black Alpha Network. You might see somebody tap on the subject, speak on the subject, but we about to go all the way in on the subject. And when we done and the smoke is clear, won't be no more this telling that badass wig. She gonna be canceled. Watch this, fam. Not only did she use our lineage to pivot onto Starburst, she was about to call us African, and she didn't know that I would catch it. Watch this.
And I think as African American men, African American men,
Which one is it? Which one is it, fam? You seen that, right? You seen that, fam? She was about to call us African because that's who she is. She slipped up. I tell you, if you let these tethers talk loud enough, they will expose themselves. Tell me y'all heard that. Tell me y'all heard that. Tell me y'all caught that. Man, we flip over every damn stone. All tethers is going to get exposed, fam. This is like the roaches when the lights come on. Running, but they can't hide. She was about to call us African men because that's really who she is and who she relates to.
And I think as African American men, and I'm not a man, but I have 7 older brothers. As African American men, there has been this homophobic spirit so long that we lose sight of the fact that we are our brother's keeper. And so though you may not have a same sexual orientation, we have a responsibility to love and to care for that person just where they are.
Hell no. Listen to how that went, family. That stuff started off with the Black American struggle. Fam, let me just rewind 58 seconds earlier and watch her talking about all the things we went through. They used our community and our lineage, pain and suffering as a catapult to start bringing up and crowbarring other issues. Watch, fam. I'm only rewinding a mere 58 seconds previously, and it was black, 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 struggle, struggle, struggle. How in the hell in 58 seconds later did it turn into Black American men are homophobic and Black American men have the responsibility to love all the Skittles bags and all the RuPauls? Here you go. 58 seconds earlier, she was on that black talk.
Have a problem with, because that's your right to have a problem. But let me say this. The African American struggle is a struggle that's more than 100 years old. Struggle that's more than 100 years old. Struggle is a struggle that's more than 100 years old.
Okay, now let me fast forward, and it's not black no more. It's Skittles bag.
Have a same sexual orientation. We have a responsibility to love and to care for that person just where they are. Because guess what? God says a homosexuality is an abomination, the word of God. What are people problem with?
Ma'am, that right there is exactly why we right here do all the damn regulating that we be doing. That's how it starts off, y'all. It starts off blackety, blackety, black. And then when you blink, it turns directly into the fruit roll-up community. You see that right there? Now, think about it, y'all. In the first clip, what was she talking about? The very first clip, she was running around here and she was talking about Black Americans are really just immigrants. And then on the second clip, she's saying that Black American men need to go fight for the Skittles bag community because Black American men are really just homophobic. You see what I'm talking about? It's never just about foundational Black Americans as a whole. And I also want you to notice how she left out our Black American women. So there you go again, splitting us up. This is what tethers do, y'all. This is what they do in their homeland. Okay. And their homeland, tethers are running out here left and right, having all types of gender battles. Fam, everything that they try to say about us, you can apply to them. They have the worst gender battles. They have the worst black on black, melanin on melanin, mop on mop crime. That goes on with them, not us. She's in no position to speak on us. I want y'all to notice that woman clearly is a tether, and she's over here crowbarring and inserting herself in Black American issues only to spin it. Remember, y'all, our pain and suffering only means as much to them as they can give all of that momentum to someone else. Outside of foundational Black Americans, they don't care. They only want to use what we go through to spin it. This is why we be shutting these people down, y'all. Every time you see one of them, you got to. That's a straight up African right there. That's an African clear as day, cloaking herself in our identity. And then in the process of trying to cloak herself in our identity, she's also running around here trying to get that damn Democratic bag. Just like that first individual that was talking. Fam, we know these people when we see these people. We know exactly who these individuals are. We know where they're coming from. We know every single tactic and every lie that they ever tell. Because let's be honest, y'all, at this point, the lies are so easy to detect. So easy to detect. And remember, these individuals didn't give a damn about coming over here to the United States of America until they realized that foundational Black Americans got it popping. We got to be honest, y'all. We got to be 100%. This whole thing and hyper focus on Black Americans, it didn't really take off until we start talking about money. When we start talking about reparations, that woman right there is a FBA scammer from her homeland, and she's trying to get in on what we have created because she can't do it where she's at, fam. That's exactly what it is. And every time these people talk about us, it starts off with us and then it moves to someone else because they're afraid that this reparations movement is going to leave them behind. That's the real onus of all this, y'all. They're afraid that the foundational Black American independent Renaissance movement is going to leave them behind. We are their meal ticket. They have been invested into a country that they have to have Black Americans. You got to remember this, y'all. And I've been saying it for the longest time. Tethers need us. They don't want us. They need us. There is no tether in America if they don't have Black American muscle. So once you don't lend your muscle, they don't have nothing. So reparations and the mere thought of that makes them completely afraid. And this is what I mean, y'all, by these individuals coming out the woodwork and trying to make it look like what foundational Black Americans are doing are really them. And they're trying to mix and twist our things. Fam, I'm seeing a lot of good brothers and sisters. Shout out to y'all. A lot of brothers and sisters are saying, can we just get a name and stick to it? Foundational Black American, Freedman. You know, a lot of folks is out there and they saying, well, all these extra names are only going to make it more easy for other people to come in so they can wear that jacket. Now what they're doing, y'all, they're afraid of our indigenous culture. There's been this wave of Black Americans that have been denouncing these DNA tests, these DNA studies. More and more Black Americans are saying, we ain't going for that. You're not going to hold us captive and hostage based on these fake DNA results. And that's a good thing that brothers and sisters are doing. Because let me tell you why, and let me tell you how they're out here acting, y'all. These individuals are now trying to make it look like in America, there were indigenous Afro-Latinos, Afro-Indigenous, Latino-Indigenous. I don't even know. I can't keep up with it because now they're trying to mix it everywhere. Now I'm going to show y'all this. Let me know, family, what you catch on this. They say that there's a 10-point program out there that tells Black Americans to accept our Afro-Indigenous. Fam, I'm going to make this clear, okay? We're just indigenous Black Americans. We ain't no damn Afro-Indigenous. Let's make that clear, y'all. Because when they start trying to attach Afro to our indigenous, y'all, that means that they're going to say that we were really just Africans, like Miss Tether Woman just said. Don't allow them to attach the term Afro to indigenous. They would never do that before. Let me tell you why they're doing it. They wanted to attach African to us today, and we rejected it and said, hell no. So now what they're trying to do in a slick move, they're trying to go back in time and say, well, we'll just call them Afro-Indigenous. There ain't no such thing as no damn Afro-Indigenous. Those folks was over there in Africa and Black Americans is right here. Watch this right here, family. You got these straight up Latino women. And now they say they want solidarity. Listen, y'all. Latinos say they want solidarity with Afro-Indigenous. Just making ish up, creating a fake group. Fam, they can't do nothing to our real lineage, so they're coming up with a fake lineage that they can try to control. Look at this, fam. Look at Miss Selena. Family, this woman right here is telling you that she is an indigenous Latino and she wants to be all the way down with y'all. Watch this.
Without Black and indigenous wisdom, arts, and culture. If without Black and indigenous wisdom, arts, and culture. If you honor our martyrs, and if you honor our struggle against colonialism now and over the past 500 years, If you believe in land back, if you believe in reparations, there are several needs on my page for...
What? Look, fam, this is what they got going on. It's my job as the #1 activist on the planet to show y'all the things that no one else is showing you. To go to all the nuances, all the nooks and crannies, so we can see tomorrow's BS today and we can step on it. Watch what she's saying. The land back movement and the reparations movement, them ain't the same movements. All that we want our lands back, that's a bunch of Mexicans and a bunch of tontos that are running around here saying that. Do not include my reparations claim as a Black American with your stuff. And fam, look at all these people she gonna talk about. They're calling us Afro-Indigenous. You can't make this up.
Without Black and Indigenous wisdom, arts, and culture. If you honor our martyrs, and if you honor our struggle against colonialism now and over the past 500 years, if you believe in land back, if you believe in reparations, there are several needs on my page for my relatives from where that art and that culture comes from. None of this exists without us. Your support is needed and very much appreciated.
Family, you heard her. Are y'all gonna support her? Y'all gonna support her group? She said it, y'all. She said she need Black America. She said if you down with reparations, I know y'all down with reparations. I got a bunch of reparationists in the building tonight, y'all. I got some foundational Black Americans in here right now who are for reparations. So she talking to you. She said if you down for reparations, then you need to support her cause. So I'm asking right now, y'all gonna support Selena? Because Selena says that she's an indigenous Latino and you an Afro-Indigenous, whatever the hell that means. She says she needs y'all to help her out. Y'all saying nope, hell no. I love them hell no's. Love it. Because you can't get any more clear than hell no. You can't make it up. I don't know what he said. Now, yeah, the hell you do. He said hell no. That means ain't happening. Fam, but if you think she was bad, watch this woman. She goes and starts reading this whole book about a 10-point program. Fam, they got a whole movement out there. And notice they keep calling you Afro-Indigenous. Watch it.
Good morning and happy Friday, beautiful people. I wanted to make a quick video that I'll be able to also share on my threads on a similar topic, introducing or rather referencing this book in Afro-Indigenous History of the United States by Dr. Kyle T. Mays. Now, someone commented on one of my threads about the fact that I was reading this book last night because a friend of mine brought up AIM history, and I like the ways that Dr. Mays also shows that history of AIM in collective solidarity with learning from and being inspired by Black Power movements and the Civil Rights movement. So I went back to this book to dig into like that history a little bit more. And
why are you bringing up Black people? Again, why the hell do we keep coming out of your mouth? Do your own movement on your own time. Fam, I've never heard of this book. Have y'all heard of this book before? Afro-Indigenous History, the United States. There ain't no such thing as Afro-Indigenous. If you are Afro, you are African. You are not an Afro-Indigenous person, because what they're really trying to say, y'all, is that anybody who came here to America is just one big African. This is still an Africanizing of Black Americans. But watch her, y'all. She about to go down the list, and she gives all the reasons why we're Afro-Indigenous.
To dig into like that history a little bit more. And I ended up staying and reading more. And so I wanted to share with you something I think is really important in the chapter that Dr. Mays writes called The Possibilities for Afro-Indigenous Futures. And in this chapter, Dr. Mays is really tackling something that a lot of Black and Indigenous and Afro-Indigenous people have been tackling, which is how do we...
What? Damn, she just said like 5 names. She just said 5 names, y'all. And notice it says the future of Afro-Indigenous. I told y'all, if you do not protect the past, your future's done. You'll skip over the present. She says Black and Afro-Indigenous. Which one is which? Which one is what? Fam, is she trying to tell us that there's a difference between Black Americans and Afro-Indigenous? Which one is which? And notice she throws in Latinos in there as well. Fam, she's just making up groups at this point. I don't know, and I mean this, what the hell this woman's talking about. And I'm a pretty smart guy. Y'all very smart individuals. A lot of you guys are much smarter than me. Do y'all know what the hell she's talking about? Because I cannot keep up.
Mays is really tackling something that a lot of Black and Indigenous and Afro-Indigenous people have been tackling, which is how do we, with these identities and these collective histories, find a pathway forward. And in this chapter, Dr. Mays is really tackling something that a lot of Black and Indigenous and Afro-Indigenous people have been tackling, which is how do we, with these identities and these collective histories, find a pathway forward. And so Dr. Mays puts together 9 points that he believes will help us find a pathway forward. And I think it's really important right now, especially when we have a lot of conversations about Indigenous erasure and anti-Blackness that are definitely huge barriers in this conversation. I think that he puts us right back on track.
What does anti-Blackness have to do with $2 Tonto saying that he's got an Indigenous erasure? As a matter of fact, those Tontos that talk about the erasure, they're the ones who are anti-Black themselves. Oh boy, they trying to crowbar y'all. Boy, they trying to crowbar themselves and attach us.
Track with these 9 bullet points. I want to share them with you now. Number 1, and I appreciate him so much for this. He says, I think the first thing we should recall is that the Africans kidnapped, beaten, and tortured from their homes were Indigenous. Are present.
There you go. There you go, family. She just said it. She said the Africans who were kidnapped, they are the Indigenous. Basically saying that Black Americans are just Africans and Africans are the real Indigenous people of America. She just said it. She read out that damn book and she made it very clear. You see the same thing the previous woman said. The last woman said that Black Americans were really just immigrants who were African. Now, this person just said that Black Americans are Indigenous because we were really just kidnapped Africans. The Africans who were a part of the transatlantic slave trade came here thousands of years after the real Indigenous Black Americans were here. They only came in way the hell after. They're not the same. Notice they're trying to make the African slaves the Indigenous Black Americans.
With these 9 bullet points, I want to share them with you now. Number 1, and I appreciate him so much for this. He says, I think the first thing we should recall is that the Africans kidnapped, beaten, and tortured from their homes were Indigenous. Are present tense, Indigenous, and Indigenous people do not just lose their indigeneity or sense of culture and belonging. We wouldn't say that about Indigenous people here. So why would we think differently about people of African descent? Number 2, he says, you know how Indigenous nations...
African descent again, fam. Africa has nothing to do with the Indigenous Black Americans. Can we just make that clear? I'm hearing African and Afro too much. Neither one of those has anything to do with Black America. Nothing at all. There was no such thing as an Indigenous African in the United States of America. None. None at all. You're not an Indigenous African. Stop playing with me.
In North America could assert their sovereignty and right to self-determination. They can make new agreements, arrangements, treaties, whatever you want to call it, with Black people and other people of color. They can reimagine sovereignty and begin finding ways to incorporate Black folks into their spaces and cultures. He also had adds, given the nature of patriarchy, it might be best that Indigenous and Black femmes, non-gender conforming people, or more precisely, Black and Indigenous femmes and non-gender conforming people meet and negotiate how this...
Uh-oh, fam, did she just do the last thing Mrs. Ghana NAACP tell us in? Fam, did she not just do it, y'all? Did she not just throw in the Skittles bag community? They're using Black American Indigenous status to some damn how crowbar in the Skittles bag. What the hell did that have to do with what she was just saying? Y'all heard that, fam? Listen to her. She just literally somehow threw in Black American Indigenous Afros and how the non-gender conforming people all need to have a negotiation. About what? That's what we're talking about.
Their sovereignty and right to self-determination. They can make new agreements, arrangements, treaties, whatever you want to call it, with Black people and other people of color. They can reimagine sovereignty and begin finding ways to incorporate Black folks into their spaces and cultures. He also adds, given the nature of patriarchy, it might be best that Indigenous and Black femmes, non-gender conforming people, or more precisely, Black and Indigenous femmes and non-gender conforming people meet and negotiate how this might work. Number 3.
Freeze, boy, she out here. She telling all types of lies. Shout out to somebody in the chat. Somebody in the chat said, just like BLM, just like Black Lives Matter. I want you to hold on here because you know a Black Lives Matter reference is on the way. So you are prophesizing what this woman is about to say. Watch this, fam. Somehow it starts off with Black Americans, Indigenous, then it turns into Africans, and somehow the Africans turn into fruit roll-ups. You can't make this up.
He says if tribal nations recreate new relationships, even political arrangements with Black people, they might also consider further rethinking the nature of treaties that are within the context of U.S. liberal democracy. I need further explains if liberal democracy is an ongoing project that continues to fail, then the treaties need to take on a new meaning, and we need to imagine how treaties will look in the aftermath of colonialism. Number 4, the 5 tribes, formerly the 5 civilized tribes, or 5 former slave-owning tribes, and to carefully affirm that Black Lives Matter.
There you go.
We know the history of many of these.
There you go. Black Lives Matter. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Y'all said it before you even knew she was about to say it. There you go, y'all. You knew Black Lives Matter was going to pop up. Family, have I not just proven that they're not out here coming up with new agendas every day? Have we not just proven, fam, that they're using our Indigenous status now as a catapult for everybody else? She's not done.
Tribes and not only a few mixed blood elites, enslaved Africans. That remains a sore spot and a foundational reason as to why anti-Blackness, including Black removal of...
Oh, what? Did I hear foundational? Did I hear foundational? Let's get this right, fam. Whoa. Hold up. She says Afro-Indigenous, enslaved Africans, Black Lives Matter, non-gender conforming, and then they had to throw in foundational. These people are watching everything we say, and they're just saying it back in their own way.
Citizens continue to happen. That remains a sore spot and a foundational reason as to why anti-Blackness, including Black removal of citizens, continue to happen. When Black natives are treated like Black people in a very anti-Black world, then we need to understand we have to center the voices of Afro-Indigenous and Latinx Indigenous people.
I've been seeing a lot of comments on people thinking that I'm
Afro-Indigenous and Latinx Indigenous people. Family, how are there 2 different Indigenous people? How? Fam, do you see now that they're including themselves? Oh, we got to talk. Hold on, Black folks. We're going to get to this woman right here in a minute because she capping too. We're going to talk about her in a minute. Listen, family, did we not just see them use our Indigenous status now? So you had the first NAACP tether, and she was talking about how immigrants are really Black slaves and they're all the same. Then you've seen the other ones start talking about how all the immigrants and the Afro-Indigenous. Now they're trying to say that here in the United States of America, there were Afro-Indigenous people and there were Latinx Indigenous people. So there were 2 to 3 Indigenous people running around in America. Fam, you can't have 2 to 3 Indigenous people. It's not how it works. And you damn sure can't be an Indigenous African because that would mean that your ass is really just an African and we know the Africans were not here. Look what they up to, y'all. They are using everything that we come up with. These tethers are way deeper than that damn Uber you hopped in. Watch this one right here, fam. She comes out and she starts saying, I know y'all think I'm Afro-Indigenous, but I'm really not. Watch this.
I'm Afro-Indigenous, and I'm here to clear the air and say that I'm not. I'm so sorry. I know the features throw everybody off. I know the curly hair, like I get it. I would be thrown off too. Everybody that comes around me is thrown off on the fact that I'm not Black. But as far as I know, I am Hispanic and Indigenous. My mother is Peruvian. Her parents are from Peru. My dad is Native American. His parents are from the Halawasponi tribe. Nobody in my family is Black that I know of. As far as like me being able to be like, yeah, I'm Black, but I don't know anybody in my family that's Black. I just don't want to claim a race that I have no ties to as far as I know. But that's why I've always grown up.
Fam, these are Latinos. Okay, can we just be honest, y'all? Fam, we're gonna have to talk about it. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna have to be about it. Family, these are Latinos. Latinos, if you want us to help you against ICE, just say it. You ain't got to go back in time and say that we were all indigenous hanging out. And I also want you guys to notice this as well, y'all. I want y'all to notice this. Didn't they tell us that we weren't indigenous? Do you see now they're trying to make it look like we were all living in an indigenous harmony? You see now, family, because just about a year ago, they were saying they were the only indigenous people. Y'all remember how we've been breaking down right here on the Black Alpha Network, the Barren Straits, and how these people have been crossing over, and how their story about being the original people here does not compute or add up, and we're the real indigenous people. Notice, y'all, that whole grandma wasn't lying movement that we've been pushing, that whole movement right now got these people trying to say, well, okay, y'all were here. We were just here with you. I want y'all to know how they're trying to make caveats now. They're trying to go back and put little disclaimers. That same woman right there would never been talking about Afro-Indigenous. They would have never said that. Because remember, they said they were the natives and that was it. Now they're out here saying, well, yeah, okay, damn, y'all got us, black folks. Damn, them black Americans were smarter than I thought. Y'all got us. We ain't gonna lie. Y'all are the true indigenous. Fam, I take that right there as them admitting that they were lying and we were correct. Only difference is, though, fam, they think that their way out is going to be like this. Black Americans, you were right. We're both indigenous, though. It'd be like both of ours. I'll just keep it in my house. That's how they trying to play us, y'all. They knew when they were telling that lie, they weren't the indigenous people. But based on the facts and the receipts that we done put on the table, so for everybody out there talking about something, why we got to talk about these damn tethers? Why we got to speak on it? Because apparently us speaking on it got these damn people hitting a U-turn and busting the block. That's why. You'd be surprised what changes when black Americans stand on damn business. So what I'm looking at now, they're flip-flopping. And now they're admitting that we're the originals. Do y'all see what we have done just by being a grassroots movement? Just our grassroots movement. Fam, we don't have billions of dollars backing us. We're not all in the history books. Right now, the fact that they're acknowledging that there were black American indigenous people and not just $2 Tonto, that lets you know that FBA is running the game. That lets you know, fam, because they wouldn't be pivoting off of that if it wasn't the case. So you see already what they're trying to pull, y'all. They trying to bust the block and bring it back, but they can't. They can't, they won't, and it will not happen. They understand that black Americans, quite frankly, and I'm going to be real for anybody out there that ain't on this time, black Americans are going down the list. We going down the line. We finding out anybody who ain't like us, and we checking their ass. So now everybody sees it. Everybody knows exactly what it was. And let me say this as well. That whole enslaved thing, fam, we're not rocking with that. This is that book. By the way, somebody look this book up for me, okay? Because I didn't get an opportunity to look the book up. If y'all see some stuff in this book or some skeptical stuff like that lady was reading, please let me know. But that's what they're running with, fam. The Afro-Indigenous, because they're still trying to leave a little room to where they can say, well, we're still African. I want y'all to catch that now. I want y'all to catch that. In Afro-Indigenous history, okay? They're still trying to make us African by these statements, though. So we have to watch that clear as day. Right here, family. The Afro-Indigenous mysteries, unraveling a hidden legacy. There ain't no damn history involved. Let me make this clear, y'all. There ain't no damn mystery up in here. No, they keep trying to get us to think this is a mystery and we can't figure it out. We know exactly what the hell's going on because we've been living it. Let me say this, y'all. They keep trying to make it look like there's some type of mystery. They keep trying to make it look like there's some type of history mystery in the United States of America. There ain't no damn history mystery. Black Americans, we've been knew the truth because we were the original ones. We're the indigenous, and we've been having testimonies and pass downs from grandma. The only people out there who don't know are the people who are trying to steal from FBA. That's the only folks. We've been new, y'all. We've been new. You said that book was published in 2021? Damn. 2020, fam, is that not right in the middle of this reparations renaissance movement? Do you see right now as we talk, they're actively going and writing things and coming out with books? I did not know that. Certified salute, fam. Y'all certifieds. Find everything out about that goddamn book. Find out the author, find out his parents, find out everything. I want to have that person and we're going to put them on the line. That ain't going to fly. Now, one thing, family, is one thing to tell us that foundational black Americans ain't foundational. It's another thing to try to tell us grandma was lying. We ain't standing for that. So we talking about some stuff they just came up with. Why? They're currently pivoting as we speak, y'all. They're currently trying to bust pivots. And you got to watch them. And we've been watching them and we've been regulating them, fam. They don't like us because we be regulating. Remember this, y'all. There ain't no delineation without regulation. If you ain't a regulator, you can't be a delineator. You're going to have to be both simultaneously, mutually exclusive. Your ass got to regulate in the process, fam. You said it's on some BS publications. Oh, fam. You said they under investigation. We ain't here. They can't run from us, baby. They can't run from us. We know what it is. And you got a lot of other people going out there and trying to flip the history. What about this individual right here, family, who's been fired 59 times in the third? Forehead is poking off of her eyebrows. Hairline is non-existent. Joyless Reed's been running around here trying to give these history lessons about Black America as well. Every day, it's another buster trying to talk on FBA, and we've been sending them busters back to the gutter they came from. Watch this right here and watch how Joyless is still out. You know, Joyless done crashed out, y'all. Joyless done had the biggest fall off. Man, she done crashed out worse than any goddamn body. Why Joyless out here still trying to ride that damn train and ain't nobody rocking with her? Watch this, y'all.
About Haiti, Toussaint Louverture, and that revolution, it shook the United States in a way that I don't think the United States ever recovered from. The terror at having that happen here it provoked a lot of really horrific policies against enslaved people, including making sure that they couldn't read or gather to make sure, because they were so fearful that what Toussaint Louverture and the other Haitian revolutionaries did there, they would do here. And the idea of revolution, I mean, this was the first free Black republic. It's actually an heroic story. My exit question to you before we let you go, how similar, when you think about or talk to your family about the Duvaliers, Baby Doc and Papa Doc Duvalier, do you see Trump as similar to them? I mean, enriching him.
Look at that. Use all of that to use all of that to get back to Donald Trump. Fam, can we go ahead and say this, y'all? Did she just say the Haitian Revolution is why they wouldn't let Black American slaves not be able to read? Family, the slave master didn't want Black American slaves to read at all. Is she trying to give that credit to the Haitian Revolution? Family, they were stopping Black folks from reading way before the Haitian Revolution. This is why tethers don't need to talk on our history. Because basically what she's trying to say, can I just go ahead and say it, fam? Basically, she's saying, y'all got the ability to read because of Haiti. That's basically what she's doing. Ain't I, what, fam? I'm so tired of these people trying to attribute every single thing that Black Americans did to the damn Haitian Revolution. Y'all see this stuff every damn time, y'all. She like, man, y'all couldn't read before then. Fast, do you mean to tell me they allowed Black slaves to read until 1804? So 1804 is when they said no more reading. Or did they never allow anybody to read? That's a straight up bullish lie. Straight up right out the goddamn gate. And this is what we talking about.
I think it's so heroic about Haiti, Toussaint Louverture, and that revolution, it shook the United States in a way that I don't think the United States ever recovered from. The terror at having that happen here it provoked a lot of really horrific policies against enslaved people, including making sure that they couldn't read or gather to make sure, because they were so fearful that what Toussaint Louverture and the other Haitian revolutionaries did there, they would do here. And the idea of revolution, I mean, this was the first free Black republic. It's actually an heroic story. My exit question to you before we...
Yep, and Black American stories are not your story because you are not a Black American. So you need to sit down. Fam, they don't know nothing, fam. Only thing they know how to do is flee, all right? That's all they know. They don't know nothing about anything. Fleeing. That's it, fam. You want to talk about fleeing, go to them. Joyless Reed, if I want to talk to you, I'll talk about how to get fired and how to flee. The 2 F's, okay? That's all you know how to do. You ain't doing nothing. You ain't moving nothing. Nobody's rocking with you. Your hairline, I mean, let's be honest. That lack thereof of a hairline is another reason why ain't nobody listening to you. You need to sit all the way down and just be quiet. And I'm going to tell you right now, I take a lot of pride of seeing Joyless Reed get drugged. I'm talking about, it's just the best thing in the world to me, fam. And can we make this clear, y'all? What Black Americans were doing in the United States, that influenced 1804 in Haitians. This thing that they influenced us is actually the other way around, y'all. We influenced them. And remember, we had a multitude of different revolts. The dominant society here in the United States of America was not scared because what happened in Haiti. His ass was scared because what we were doing on a day-to-day basis. We always stood up and fought back. And those are just the people on the plantation. You got to remember, always in the back of their mind, they understood that there were black folks that were not on the plantation. Can we make this clear, y'all? Black folks who were in the United States of America, typically the indigenous black folks, not the damn Afro-indigenous, because that don't exist, they were out here putting in work. And the dominant society knew you can't go get them. You can't run up on them. No, look at all the swamps out there where black brothers and sisters were. They knew exactly that they couldn't touch them folks. This thing that every single black person in America was subjected to slavery on the plantation, no. Were they subjected to the system of supremacy that would have captured them if they could, that would have unalived them if they could? Yes. But there was brothers and sisters that the dominant society knew all about, and they stayed the hell away from them because every time they ran into them, they got their asses checked. That's what they've been doing the whole goddamn time. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to keep this clear. Much love and respect. Blessings to you as well, family. Much love. Check this out, fam. I'm sorry. I love seeing this, fam, and I'm going to keep it all the way real. Joyless Reed, she can't stand when she sees Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly be roasting Joyless Reed, and I'm here for it all damn day long. This is what she had to say about Joyless, and look at Joyless over there in the corner, because Joyless wants to be Megyn. That's why Joyless has that mop on her head. A mop with a mop. Damn.
Joy Reid is an insane lunatic who's truly, honestly, extremely racist. She's never seen a white person who she likes. The only 100%. People who have a possibility of being liked by Joy Reid, if they're white, are people who will openly subjugate themselves to her, tell her how smart she is, tell her they believe her Harvard degree was real, and pretend that, they're somehow less than.
Damn. Damn. All that wanting to be a W woman. Fam, look how it turns out when you want to be a W woman. Do the W women like you? Do the W women see you as one? They do all this caping for affection and still end up here.
Tell her how smart she is. Tell her they believe her Harvard degree was real, and pretend that, they're somehow less than because she's the be all end all, because that's what she wants us to believe. So if you don't go along with those lies, she doesn't like you. It's why she likes Nicole Wallace, people like that. And Joy Reid is going to fail in the independent lane because she's too toxic. Just why doesn't she ask her little buddy Tiffany Cross, the equally racist person who is at MSNBC, who failed as well when she tried to launch a podcast and go off independently? It's not going to go well. And that's what happened to Joy Reid. She was super racist, and NBC had enough of her and said, we cannot be attached to this person any longer. Joy Reid is an insane lunatic who's Joy Reid is an insane lunatic. Joy Reid is an insane lunatic. Joy Reid is an insane lunatic who's truly, honestly, extremely racist. She's
Damn. I'm sorry. I'm here for it. I'm here for it all damn day. Ha, ha, ha. That's what happens when you're running around here trying to be them damn W's and you ain't accepted. Y'all know I had somebody write me one time and they was like, Black Alpha, soon as I seen you laughing at what Megyn Kelly said about Joyless Reid, that was a red flag. And I said, well, actually, it's a red flag, the fact that you supporting Joyless Reid because Joyless wants to be Megyn Kelly. Fam, I love seeing somebody try to cape to be a W and W's roast them. Joyless, I ain't even got to say nothing about you because Megyn was right. You are failing. This whole independent career. Remember last year when she got fired, which we predicted she'd get fired, she got fired. And remember, we said that her independent career was going to be dirt. It's dirt. And remember, we said that nobody would be talking about her. Nobody is. How the hell are you going to defend the tether woman, as my brother, Great Black Shark calls them, tether wenches, the tether wench who wants to be the W woman, and you sticking up for her? Hell no. Both of them can go on out the game because we ain't playing. But fam, let me tell you how crazy these people are getting out here. Look at this, y'all. I need y'all to see this. This is what we mean about this whole indigenous hustle that they're trying to run on us. This con game with indigenous status, y'all. Look at your screen right here. I want y'all to notice how these individuals are trying to get real clever and real slick about what was going on back in the day. To the point, y'all, where they're talking about Native American slavery. Let me ask y'all a question again. Have y'all ever heard of Native American slavery? Are they trying to say that $2 Tonto was a slave? Fam, one thing for certain, we're kind of lost because these individuals are throwing out so much nonsense. But I'm going to show y'all this right here and expose the fact that these individuals now are trying to make it look like here in the United States of America, there was some type of mass slavery going on with Native American. Fam, listen, check this out. American Indian slave trade. The American Indian slave trade refers to the systemic capture and enslavement of Native Americans, particularly the Carolina colonies, starting in the early 16th century and continuing until the 18th century. This trade began with Spanish explorers in 1520 and expanded significantly with English colonists establishing settlements in the region. By the late 17th century, Carolina traders were actively capturing and selling Native Americans, often using rival tribes to facilitate the trade. The commerce of enslaved Indians became a vital part of South Carolina's economy, overshadowing other trade activities like deerskin and fur trading. Fam, we about to go there. Oh, we about to cook. Oh, you know we here, family. Let me tell you what they're doing here, okay? Let me go there, y'all. Oh, man. Boy, I seen this today. I said, I can't wait till the certified see this one. Boy, you guys are relentless, and y'all be calling stuff out. What's really going on here? Absolutely. You see it. See, I ain't even got to say it, boy. Y'all be on one. What they're talking about are indigenous Black Americans, but they're removing indigenous Black Americans, and they're giving that history to Native Americans. When they use the term Native American, they're using that term the same way they use the term immigrant and migrant today. Those terms are simultaneous with someone who is not a foundational Black American. It is very, very solidified. They're talking about Black Americans. Notice they said the Carolinas, fam. Y'all know what was going on in Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina. Y'all know what was going on out there. These are the Maroons. These are the Seminole Wars. These are the swamps. And they're making it look like they're referring to $2 Tonto. A very, very slick little twist can change everything, fam. That's not Native Americans. That wasn't Native Americans, fam. That was indigenous foundational Black Americans. That's what that was, y'all. And they're only just trying to flip the word around. So I want you to see number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, all of these individuals trying to spin and flip what it really is. That right there is the absolute personification of what we've been experiencing and what we've been calling out. You got to remember, y'all, $2 Tonto is to what, let me say this back. $2 Tonto is to white supremacy then what an immigrant or migrant is to white supremacy now. That is the original tether buffer class. The same way they say Immigrants Built America is the same way they said $2 Tonto is the original America. You feel me? They always use people that they know are not going to fight or resist them, and they just give them our history. A lot of people don't think about that, fam. The dominant society a long time ago, they said, let's find people who are not Black Americans, and let's just give them Black American culture. Let's give them Black American indigenous status. Let's give them Black American location, whatever it is. Let's give them Black American reparations. Every single thing that Black Americans have ever done, the dominant society follows behind and says, let's give that to this group. This group have it. That's why the Democrats want to give your history to Africans. That's why the Democrats want to give your history to $2 Tonto. That's why the Democrats want to give your history to Siberians. It doesn't matter, y'all. They go down the list. They find things that foundational Black Americans have accomplished, and they just hand off all of our resources and hand off our history. Our history has always been up for auction. It's always been up for auction. And what these other groups do is they raise their hand and they say, hey, can it be me? The dominant society is basically saying Black American indigenous status, going 1, going 2, going 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, sold to $2 Tonto over there in the back. That's all they do, y'all. That's all they do, and that's all they've ever done. These are the games in which they've always played and perpetrated on Black Americans. That right there, y'all, is them talking about Black Americans. That's what it is, fam. That right there is them speaking about foundational Black Americans. Absolutely. You're absolutely correct. That's warfare. Absolutely. That's warfare. That's the skullduggery. That's the mental aspect of it where they're trying to play those games. They're right there knowing damn well that they're talking about us. And look how clearly they put Native American in there, fam. They did that with ease, didn't they? Boy, they didn't hold back at all, did they? They didn't hold back at all. They're like right there, Black Americans, bam. And they're trying to make it look like that was them, fam. That is Black Americans who were out there. And that's what I'm telling everybody. This assault on our indigenous status is only getting ramped up because our indigenous status is becoming so prominent based on all of y'all. You guys are the ones out here pushing the line. You guys are the ones out here standing on business. And you guys are the ones not allowing people to lie on our name, y'all. What Birdman said? You're going to put some respect on our name. That's what you're going to have to do. So you're watching this play out now, fam. New terms, Afro-Indigenous. That does not exist. Remember, y'all, there's no such thing as an Afro-Indigenous American. Okay, because that's basically saying you guys are just Africans. They try to make us generic Africans or modified immigrants. I've already showed you 6, 7 different people right now that are lying on our history, coming up with fake names, giving other people what we have done. And also at the same exact time, in the same exact frame, they're trying to get foundational Black Americans to believe that we just showed up from Africa while all these other people were doing these great things. And whenever you call them on it, they start trying to pivot. This is what we mean, fam, when we say brothers and sisters just ain't going for it no more. We're not sitting back watching these people play with our history. We know the beginning and we know the present, and that's getting called out. Check this out. When did Africans start to want to be a part of the Black community? Watch this, fam. This is where we at with it today.
So when did Africans become so worried about Black Americans, history, and business? Because this has to be an agenda going on. I never heard an African speak so loud, so wrong, so incorrect until we started doing our own research and uncovering the truth that no, we've been here in America. This is our motherland. And these Africans be forgetting that, hold on, the United States portrayed y'all so bad on TV to the point most white Blacks of America were donating money to you to help y'all. When we see the little babies on TV and they heads bigger than they stomachs, or the stomach bigger than they head because the stomachs was full of rocks and knots and blocks and shit. Like, come on, man. Y'all owe us so much respect and not the disrespect. And if Africa was this rich place, y'all say it was an empire, y'all had all the resources over there, y'all got all the resources, why do y'all come to America? And if y'all had all the resources, why in the did you sell your own people off to Europeans for European goods? Because you know Africa is not the true motherland. The reclassification of many Black indigenous Americans as Black Americans was politically motivated strategy rooted in systematic racism and colonism. This process served to erase indigenous identities and heritage, to strip individuals of their land right and justify enslavement.
There you go right there. The reclassification of many Black indigenous Americans as Black Americans was politically motivated, a strategy rooted in systematic racism and colonizing. And it's also to prevent the only people who stand up and fight back from standing up and fighting back. That's really what it's about, y'all. It's all about, we don't want these Black Americans to stand on business, because every damn time these Black Americans stand on business, it goes bad for the system of supremacy. That's what it really is. That's what it's really about. And we know it more than they know it. Absolutely. Yep. Let's keep it real. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. Take the Trail of Tears. Absolutely. Fam, we have literally traced the Trail of Tears and their descendants to Oklahoma, and we've traced their descendants with Black Wall Street, and they still trying to tell us that was $2 Tonto. Fam, this is what I'm talking about. And I just said this the other day. Remember, fam, just a couple days ago, we had a conversation. Remember how we spoke about how underneath Lake Lanier is Oscarville, and underneath Oscarville are mounds from those indigenous Black Americans? Family, we know for a fact that our frequency and spiritual elements are so attached to this land that nobody can break it. That's why we got all the answers. They don't have the answers, fam, because they don't know. But now let me ask you all this question, fam. Let me really ask you all this question. When you talk to Black Americans, you'll hear people from Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, and they'll talk about people in Oklahoma. They'll talk about people in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Texas. They'll talk about all of that. How many times do you really hear passed down testimonies from Tonto about the Trail of Tears? They tell us that the Trail of Tears is his history. Well, if it's his history, how come they don't talk about it? Okay, let's go to another aspect. We talk about mounds all the time right here. Foundational Black Americans, we talk about the mounds, we talk about the pyramids, we talk about every footprint, every single thing, the bones. How many times do you hear $2 Tonto ever bring up mounds in the United States of America? Because they tell us those is his mounds. They say he was the indigenous and he was the native. How come they don't ever bring it up? You don't never hear it. How come Black Americans Speak about it more. We know more about it. We can get into the details, the structure. We can tell you where the damn mounds are at. You ain't seeing no $2 Tonto right now talking to y'all, telling y'all that there's mounds in Georgia. Those are supposed to be your mounds, and how come you don't know? Sound like Black Alpha saying it because I'm a Black American and those are my Black American ancestors. You never hear these people talking about anything indigenous. They just show up, wave a damn flag, say they're natives, and everybody goes home. Nobody's ever challenged the fact that all of the indigenous stories are passed me downs and testimonies from us. We're talking about things from ancient America 100,000 years ago. You ask them, they'll just be just like Wale. Where are you from? I don't know yet. We'll figure it out. This is what I'm talking about, fam. The Trail of Tears. Black Americans talk about that all the time. And then you got people from Black Wall Street. It's like, yes, that's my fam. And we can trace it all. We know who we are. We know where we came from. Do you? No, the hell you don't. Because you just show up and you take Black American culture. Let me tell y'all something. Stealing and having foundational Black American culture given to you is the laziest, easiest thing. It's a very easy thing, fam. And that's what's been going on with these individuals. It's just very easy. They don't have the stories because they ain't never had to do nothing. They ain't never had to work for nothing, ever had to go anywhere. They just quite frankly show up, steal our ish, and leave. That's just what they do, fam. And everybody knows it over here on the certified foundational Black American side. We over here, man. We in here deep, fam. Woo! Boy, we in here 1.8K, man. Goddamn. Cooking. Let me show y'all this right here as well. This is what we mean when we say that foundational Black Americans is standing on business. Yeah, absolutely. Everything with us is traced. Everything is traced. Fam, the reason why we're moving so strong is because now we go off of our own documentation, no longer somebody else's. We go off of our own testimony. Grandma has replaced all the damn books. We don't need them because FBA knows we got our own. And when we got our own thing, shit, we run the game. Let me show y'all this right here, though, family. This is what I mean by people always obsessed with what we got going on here in America. Y'all look at this Tether dude. And he's over here talking about Black America as if he's a Black American and he ain't. But it's very, very funny to me that these individuals always got Black Americans and they got damn lexicon. This guy says African-American identity issues. First off, I'm going to go ahead and give y'all a warning. This guy moist as hell. But not only is he moist, he's got foolery attached to it. Watch this right here, family. He tells you that grandma was lying.
Of African American identity is much bigger than I thought it was. Over the past couple of weeks, I've been doing research, like in person, having conversations with people. I've been gathering data about African American perspectives on Africa and whether they've been there. 4 out of 5 African Americans that I talk to in my city believe that they are Native American. They would say that their grandmother was Native, or they would go as far as to describe non-typical African features on ancestors to suggest that they are not African, to suggest that they are European or Native American. It was embarrassing. These people were in their 40s and 50s talking about my dad was mixed because my grandma was Native and my great-great-grandfather on my mother's side had blue eyes, and like they would.
Black Americans don't say that. And the only thing embarrassing is that damn mop you got on your head. And second off, homeboy, you're mixed. You're mixed with fruit by the foot and fruit roll up. Okay. And I think Skittles bag just walked in the building. Your ass is mixed all the way up. You got every damn piece of the rainbow. And I want y'all to see again, what's up with the Pan-Africans? Why the Pan-Africans are so worried about America? How come y'all don't ever talk about indigenous Africa? You talking about indigenous America. It don't work that way.
These were fully grown people. These were fully grown adults, 30s, 40s, 50s, saying everything to not be African. And that none of them took DNA tests. They all said that the DNA test would lie to them to make them think that they're from Africa. Like the depth was crazy. The depth of the denial. I said to one of them, I asked, do you understand how problematic it is if, in fact, if you are African? I mean, this man looked fully Senegalese. I was shocked when he didn't have an African accent. I said, do you understand that if you are African, how problematic it was that you would go so far to not be African, Do you understand how that shows internalized anti-Blackness? So you just gave me a lot of information about your great-grandmother and this person who was Native or this person who was European. And you have all these things and you're highlighting these things about these people, these specific people, out of all these other Black people in your family. And you're using just these people as evidence of your non-Blackness instead of accepting all these other Black people in your own appearance as evidence of your Blackness, as evidence of your Africanness.
No. You had it right. No. Blackness. Because our Blackness ain't Africanness. Yeah, I want y'all to see how he's using African and Blackness interchangeably. I want y'all to notice how he's like, well, you're Blackness. I mean, you're Africanness. I mean, you're African Blackness and all this stuff. No. Black Americans are Black because it was the Africans who've been running around here saying they ain't Black. It was the Africans saying they didn't know they was Black till they got to America. You ain't going to use Africa and Blackness together as one because Africans said they don't want to be Black. Then cool, you ain't Black then. That's how we moving, fam. Oh, yeah, it's a different time frame now. Oh, it's a whole different time frame. All that I ain't Black and I don't want to be Black. I was never Black. Nah. See, fam, let me tell you what we've done in this generation. In this generation, fam, we're basically saying you don't want to be Black. Good. Blackness don't want your ass neither. Quit associating us being Black with us being African. Two different things. Okay. Blackness, that is our ethnicity. Blackness is who we are. Africa is a place where we never been to. So you can go ahead and cancel that whole African and Blackness. I want everybody to see how they're using terms interchangeably. They create a word to attach it to another word that means somebody other than us. I want y'all to see that little sneaky tactic they do. They don't get nothing past me, boy. You become the number one activist because you number one, not because you 3, 4, 5. Family, what they do is they'll say, let's call them this so we can attach that to this, and they'll both be attached to Africa, or they'll both be attached to $2 Tonto. We ain't going for them games, y'all. We know exactly what it is. Shout out, Atavist. I see you, family. Certified salute, my good brother. Shout out to my brother. Everybody knows that when these people attach Black America to whatever name they come up with this week, it doesn't serve us. Remember, y'all, Black and Brown coalition, attaching Black to Brown doesn't work for us, right? And how about African American? Attaching American to African doesn't work for us. Afro-Indigenous doesn't work for us. And let me say this as well. Because what they do, y'all, Afro is really a hairstyle, okay, here in the United States of America. Let's make this clear. Afro is really a hairstyle. And by the way, see, they never really want to ever claim Afro, okay? They never really want to claim Afro. They never did, y'all. A lot of people be like, well, Afro comes from Africa. No, Afro is a hairstyle really that Black Americans made popular. You remember the 1960s and 70s and brothers and sisters had the blowouts and the afros with the comb? I got the comb right here in the other room with the Black Power fist. Tell me how many times you've seen those in Africa. Matter of fact, tell me how many times you've seen an African with an afro. You don't see Africans with afros. Tell me now, fam. I'm waiting. Somebody tell me when you've seen Africans with afros. Typically, when you see an African, their hair is about that long and their hairline is doing all of that. They don't have no damn styles like that. Hell no. That is something that FBA has created and done. And remember, fam, we're the remixers. We remix everything. I've had Africans straight up come out and say that their parents don't like long hair because that's a nakata. They associate all that with a kata. We're going to keep it real, y'all. You don't see no damn Africans with no afros. Black Americans are the ones who have the afros. And by the way, they also come out and say those beads in the hair. Man, they all don't rock your goddamn beads like we do. Y'all take y'all hair, twist all that stuff up with a damn bamboo stick, wrap it on up, put some goddamn syrup on it, and then keep it moving. Some bark from a tree. It ain't like how FBA does. So we're not going to play that game of trying to attach all of this stuff to foundational Black America. We won't be having none of that. And speaking of having all that, fam, they've also been coming out and saying what we already know, is that y'all in Africa love the dominant society. How much do you love the dominant society? You love them so damn much that you see them as the godlike figure. Y'all remember that tether who was running around here and he was saying that Black Americans didn't have a culture? Well, let me show y'all that same guy, because family, that same individual, he's out here now and he's saying that white supremacy comes from Africa because Africans view white supremacy as godlike. Oh, that's what they be saying. Oh, wait, we're going to go there. Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Watch this, fam. The term white supremacy came from Africa. Watch this.
Us to describe something we're confused about.
So you're saying Black folks created that name white supremacy?
That's correct. From Africa. From Africa. Because we are just amazed by the things they've done. Well, we describe them all always by inventions. When you take a toy and the toy is talking and it's moving, you're like, oh my God. Because yes, my people are not sophisticated. You know.
Why would we call a white person a white supremacist if, well, I guess I think it's because we were enslaved.
No, not. It is just observing the mere industrialization of their environment, which we haven't done. That's all. They can command water from far away through tubes into their bedrooms. We can even fetch a bucket of water from the next lake, you'll be drowned. They can put electricity. We never had one in Africa. They have airplanes fly over us. It's amazing. Everything they've done is the reason my people said these people are superior, not because of slavery. They came to colonize us and they brought things we have never seen before. They gave a king a mirror and he was dancing and sold his people away. They brought guns we have never seen, boom, and kill somebody right away. You know what they used to do in the Congo? They put dynamite in the rocks and then they hide the switch. And then when they point their finger, go boom. And the Congolese till today, they call the white man kiboom, the sound of the dynamite. And then they go down and they go like this. If they're not superior, why do you see every picture when the white men arrive in Africa, we're bowing to them? The Portuguese in my hometown, Gele, all of these people, as soon as the Portuguese showed up, everybody was bowing. We have never seen a gun kill a human being. We have never seen a mirror. We have never seen a radio tune in and somebody speaking from England, the Queen's voice. So for us, all these things, this form must be really superior.
Stop. Fam, what he's doing, he's being slick. You think he's slick. Boy, Tether's swear they so slick. Tether's a person who really think they getting off and really they not. He ain't saying nothing anybody agrees with or believes. Let me tell you something. Everything he's saying about them bowing down to W's is true. But the term supremacy came from W's. That's their term. See, what he's trying to do is make it look like they're not bad and they would never come up with no name like that. That's what he's trying to do, y'all. Catch what he's doing, y'all. He's trying to make it look like they're not the ones who came up with supremacy. We're the ones who came up with the term supremacy. It's us. It's not them. It's us. He's still kissing a you-know-what in the process, okay? He thinks he's slick, fam. He thinks he's slick, okay? Everything that he's saying that Africans feel about white folks is true. But what he's saying that they didn't come up with the term supremacy, that's a lie. They came up with the term supremacy. That's their term up. And he still feels that they're supreme as well. He's just trying to dump his supremacy puppet isms onto other Africans. In reality, that's really him as well, fam. He's fronting. He's fronting. And they do that a lot. That's one of the tactics that you're going to see done by these tethers, fam. Tethers love making it look like it ain't supremacy. It's something other than.
Superior and close to God. They used to have a joke in Ghana that when God said, let's pray, the white man opened his eyes. The black people were covering his eyes. So the white man saw how God created the world. That's why they are so good at what they do. And I'm telling you, these are folklores from which we grew up. If anyone told you that white people came to Africa to tell us they're superior, it's a lie. They never said that. So white supremacy was created.
Yes, the hell they did. Did this man just say the W's did not come up with supremacy? Is that what he, fam? Did he just sit there and say that? Boy, he capping all the way, ain't he? Ain't he? They did not come up with supremacy. It was not them. It was us. It was us. Fam, you got to understand this, okay? Tethers love to point the finger at other tethers. We see it all the time because they always point the finger at us. The same way that they come here and say, Black Americans, y'all being xenophobic. Y'all sound like the colonizer. That's the same game they run on each other, y'all. They do the same thing on each other. They be like, you act like the white man, when really he acts like the white man. You act like the white woman. In reality, he acts like the white woman. Fam, the W, let me tell you something. Tethers act like white women a lot. Fam, I'll be honest with you. Karen and tether men are the damn same. Straight up, they both cry, they both fall, they both trip, all of the above. So what he's trying to do, fam, he's trying to be slick and he's trying to make it look like it's the other people. No. It's you. It's your people. It's all of y'all because that's the type of time and energy doing. Basically, y'all, everything is capped. And speaking of everything being capped, family, can somebody get Cedric the Entertainer? Is Cedric the Entertainer the new recruit on how can we Africanize Black Americans? Fam, are they trying to get Cedric the Entertainer to motivate y'all to go to Africa? Is this what they trying to do? Man, your ass is from Missouri, homeboy. Stop playing. Stop playing. Stop the game, Cedric. I don't want to hear it, bruh. It ain't working. I know that they were just using Sierra. That ain't work. Then they said, let's go get us Ludacris. That ain't work. Then they said, okay, tell you what. Let's go get Spike Lee. That ain't work. Are they trying to go get Cedric the Entertainer now, y'all? Really? They trying to get Cedric the Entertainer to motivate Black Americans. You don't never see this with anybody else from no other group, y'all. You don't ever see no Mexican dressed up talking about something, let's go to Mexico, and playing like he's El Chapo. Why don't you just act like you El Chapo and go over there and tell that to them? Quit telling that to Black Americans, bro. We ain't going for it. Hell no. It's always a celebrity, man. They always trying to get somebody to make us feel a certain way and all these other things. They ain't on that kind of time. But let me tell you the kind of time we on. This is what I'm talking about. You want to know how certified we is? Tell me. Do they got that? Tell me, family. Do they? Do they? Are they Black power all damn day long? Family, I'm pretty sure every foundational Black American done had at least one of these, okay? They used to talk about me back when I was young. They said, Alpha, you got a pick for every damn outfit you got. I said, you damn right I do. That right there, certified salute to all my good brothers and sisters, family. This right here is a foundational Black American thing. All right, they can try to make it look like they was all Africans. Remember, fam, they start trying to put the RBG colors on this stuff. Notice mine is all black. All black, fam. Shout out to the family who done own one of these. If your mama done had one, your cousin, if you done have 4 or 5 of these right here is what it's all about, y'all. This is all damn day long Black America. You will not see this in Africa. They don't sell this in Ghana. You won't find one in Kenya. You won't find one anywhere on that continent. Nope. Uganda, you ain't got this. Rwanda, you ain't got this. You say you got 4 of them? That's what I'm talking about. This is an FBA thing, fam. And whenever, because, boy, I'm saying right now, I done actually use mine so much that one of these done popped out before. And I just use the rest of them. You dig? So foundational Black Americans, we stay on foundational Black American time. They ain't got none of that. That you don't see them Black Fist family. You don't see these. Why ain't the Black Fist in Africa? Okay, they so black. How come you don't see the Black Fist in Africa? How come you don't see afros in Africa? How come you don't see these hair picks in Africa? You don't see none of the stuff that is indicative of Black empowerment. Where the hell is Black empowerment at in Africa? Even the most simple things, the clothing, the clothes, the shirts, the fashion, the style, you don't see none of that. This is nothing more than a damn comb. How come I don't see y'all with these? Since we all got the same hair. I'm going to tell you why. Because this right here tells you how y'all been feeling the whole time. Didn't I just tell y'all about this right here? African parents versus hair. How the hell you versus hair? God damn. But this is what they hitting for, y'all. This is why Black America is about Black empowerment and Africa's not.
Explain to me the obsession African parents have with making their kids bald. No, seriously, why do they hate hair so much? I dare you right now, go Google African children and see all of them are bald, like not a single hair on their head, bro. We all went through that struggle, bro. When you're like in your teenage years, you're trying to grow your hair out a little bit, maybe style or whatever, and your parents are not having it. And God forbid you're trying to get...
Oh, you were trying to look like Black Americans. Say what it really is, homeboy. Put the fish and chips away. Say what it is. Fam, all we do is say it and then they tell us what we just said. He's telling it, fam, everything that we just said, he's admitting it. Who's really right and who's really wrong, y'all? We say things and then they say, yep, you're right, FBA. He just sat there and told y'all. This man straight up.
Out a little bit, maybe style or whatever, and your parents are not having it. And God forbid you're trying to get braids or dreadlocks. Hit the road, dude. They were not having it. And I don't understand like what the reason is, because it's just hair. Like, it's growing out of my head. I'm not adding anything extra. Do you know what I mean? I had my hair braided a few weeks ago, and I remember I FaceTimed my auntie, and the first thing she said to me, I was like, what's my you braided your hair? Oh my God. Bro, like, chill. It's just hair. Like, I understand if it's a thing of like, you don't want it to look, you know, messy, or you want it to be a bit more presentable, but you can do some stuff that are pretty presentable. They look pretty nice. Like braids look pretty nice. If you got dreadlocks, you can get barrel twist or whatnot and make it look nicer. Do you know what I mean? Also, like, if anything, you should take pride in your hair. Like, it's your hair, bro. It grows from your head. I don't know why they hate it so much with so much passion. When my auntie called me, bro, I could sense it. Like, just from the way she was looking at me, I'm like, yo, I'm cooked. And there's no answer you can give them to justify it, bro. They don't want to hear it. And they're always passive aggressive about it. That's the funniest part. They'll never tell you, oh, it's ugly, cut it. This is how they be. Oh, that's your hair. Oh, you got it braided. Okay. What was the reason for that? Oh, you dreadlocks. You're gonna cut them, no? Then you have the ones that don't give a damn. They'll just tell you direct to your face, bro. Braids. What are you, a girl? I remember me personally, I had to fight, bro, to get my hair longer. Like, luckily on my mom's side, they have longer hair. You know, they're a bit more mixed, so they grow their hair out a bit longer and whatnot. But on my dad's side, bro, yes, it's a long one, man. It's a long. If anyone has any idea why they hate long hair so much, is it something to do with I don't know, colonialism or something? Let me know in the comments, bro, because I need to know.
Oh, good. We got 1.8K in here tonight. We definitely can give you some answers, partner, because I know exactly why it is. That fam, he like, what is it? What could it be? I'm gonna tell you why. Because hair is symbolic of Black empowerment. The dominant society has always had an issue with Black American hair. All right, Neely Fuller, he's got a great breakdown. It's called the hair oppression. And they're always trying to oppress hair. Every single time. What, fam? What? Every year? How many times do you hear something come out where they're saying that they put out new ordinance where you can't grow your hair this much? The military just did it again. The military always, every damn week, seems like, has a new ordinance where you can't grow your hair long. And it's always Black American hairstyles. The dominant society's been on that. Let me tell you how they feel. And I've said this for a long time. The only style that Black Americans are ever allowed to have in the system of supremacy that the system won't have a problem with is high and tight. High and tight. That's it. Okay. An afro represents too much of civil rights Black empowerment. Dreadlocks is just too natural. That's too Black. Okay. They ain't with none of that. Bald head, hell no. They're afraid of a bald Black man. No. Only thing they'll give you is high and tight fade so they don't have to see it. They got a real funny thing with Black people in swimming in water. And they have a very funny thing with Black people in hair. That's how the dominant society always has, because your power, people understand Black empowerment, it is exuded through your hair. They see it. They witness it. You walk with a certain bop when you got that natural. Okay. The natural. They don't ever say that. Fam, we talk about, you got your hair out. Oh, I'm wearing the natural. An African wouldn't even know what the hell that meant. An African would be like, what the hell that mean? A natural? What? Naturally what? Naturally, huh? What does that mean? They would never acknowledge or know exactly what that means, family. So this is why these individuals, that's why we be calling out their damn hairline. The boy, they don't like that. And even when they high and tight, it's what we do. We put the waves in it. I'm saying we got style for everything, style for days. We can always flip it up and change the game when we need be how we want to. Yeah, I'm going to tell you now, what it really is his African family, they see natural hair as some form of too Black. That's too Black to them. They don't want that, fam. That's not going to put them, and yeah, they hate beards too. Absolutely. They don't want no hair. They want Black folks to show up looking like Africans. Fam, no coincidence that the continent that is continuously colonized, they all got pretty much one hairstyle, fam. Pretty much one. That's it. That's all they got. Anytime, family, you see all the different ones, that's Black American style. That's Black American stuff. So what it really is that's that parent stuff, that stay away from the Akata. That's really what it is. That's him and his parents basically saying, well, you got too much Akata in you. I don't want you looking like the Akata. Because the Africans know that the dominant society does not want them to have that aesthetic of a Black American. So they say, well, let me just go ahead and have the super African one. And whenever they see us, they pass the same judgment that W's do. And if y'all notice, fam, they've got this thing. Boy, a lot of these tethers got issues with their parents. What you're seeing now, y'all, is this civil war amongst the tethers and their mom and dad. Tethers got a lot of like pent up emotions and they got a lot of trauma. Why do you think tethers are always mad at FBA? Tethers got trauma, y'all. I mean, think about it. Your mama ran, your daddy ran, your grandma ran. You're not looking up to anybody that gives you pride. A lot of them are now looking at FBA and then they're looking at their family and they got a problem with their family. That's what that Brit dude was doing. Notice he out there talking about he got braids to look like us. He wanted to get an afro to look like us. His parents were shunning them. What you're seeing now, y'all, and this is all because of how great we are, foundational Black Americans are so stylistic, so powerful that tethers come over here and they want to be like us, and then their parents begrudge them for wanting to be like a Black American. So that's causing this rift in the tether community. This is why tethers right now are all on the internet mad at their parents. Mama, you was never there for me. You'd run, mama. I needed your titty. I needed some goat milk, and you left me. I had to go get it from the goat. They got to go get it from the goat now because mama done took that titty somewhere else. So they can't get mama's goat milk, okay? They just can't. They got a whole problem. I'm telling y'all, dude right there was breaking down about hair. Fam, tethers are mad because all these want to be 2, 3, 4, 5 tethers, new generation tethers, they looking at foundational Black Americans, and we are the culture. And their parents is telling them stay away from the Akata. It can't be we are the culture, stay away from the Akata. That's making some real issues going on. Look at this tether guy right here, family. This dude has a whole damn breakdown about his parents. Don't listen. Disobey. You never loved me. I woke up and you fled. The Black Americans' parents don't flee. That's another thing. Wait. Hold up. Wait a minute. Give me a sec. I got to see y'all. Fam, they also saying Oh, my mama's still here. My family's good to go. My family ain't never ran. Now they looking at their parents and saying, Mama, you fled. Dad, you fled. Black America, how come his parents didn't flee? It's almost like in Christmas, fam. You know what I'm saying? Somebody say, he got those new shoes. How come you didn't get those new shoes? He got the promotion. How come you didn't get the promotion? Now they looking at their parents with a lot of tether animosity, y'all. They looking at their parents and saying, well, wait a minute now. Black Americans' parents didn't flee. How come my parents fled? Black Americans' family stood on business. How come my family left anytime things got real? We got a real tether civil war going on right now, and it's based on the fact that foundational Black Americans' history is that of standing on business. Look at this dude. This dude right here. Your African parents are never going to change. He pissed.
Parents, your African parents are, when will you understand that your African parents are never going to change? Stop wasting your time arguing with them, explaining things to them, communicating your emotions and how you feel. It is a complete and utter waste of time. In an ideal world, who doesn't want to be able to go to their parents and effectively communicate their emotions, things that are going on in their life, and hope they'd understand? But you tell me, how many times has that ever been the case? Question. Do you really think someone who's been living life a certain way for the past 50, 60 years with the same personality and mindset is going to change now on account of you because of the things you have going on in your life? Omo, don't play yourself. If your parents wanted to understand you, if understanding you was important to them, they would have. Because what is so difficult in listening to someone and trying, keyword, trying to grasp their perspective? And you know what? To give them the benefit of the doubt, maybe they do understand what you're going through. Maybe they do know how to sit down and have a reasonable conversation with you. But pride, ego, and hierarchy dynamics prevent that from happening. Live your life, man. Life is too short. They're living theirs, and you know it better than anybody because you live under the same roof as them. We are at the end of 2025. Is this the same cycle you still want to be in for the rest of your life? My friend, wake up and stop selling yourself a dream that you can't afford. You always
Fam, this man needs to get a damn therapist. He upset it, mommy, ain't he? Mommy's not going to change. Mommy will never leave. Mommy told me that she would be here for me, but mommy ran. Do you want to live like this forever? Somebody get this man a damn tether therapist. Fam, do we got these tethers in therapy? Do we got these tethers in therapy now? Have we wrecked these people so damn bad that they're in therapy now, y'all? These folks, delineation done did a lot of things, fam. Delineation done started these damn tethers having therapy sessions. Now they are TikTok tethers who need therapy. And you can start with this guy because mommy done hurt his feels.
To yourself, your happiness and your potential to not get stuck in this manipulative rut. If there's anything you take away from this video, remember this. You can still honor your mom and dad and disobey them. You understand that your parents, your African parents,
honor your mom and dad and disobey them. What do you want to disobey about? What's the deal, Mr. Joloff? Is it that you, what's it, a tether pist? Good one. Yeah, damn tether pist. Absolutely. Somebody get a tether pist on the phone and put out a couch. Fam, they hurt. They hurt. Fam, this is all the result of delineation. I see delineation in everything in America right now. You got to understand, we've had a system that has always functioned based on Black Americans providing everything for everyone. Now that we've removed ourselves and we're standing over here completely separate and independent, everybody's shook and afraid right now of that occurring. So they're having breakdowns. I'm talking about from the tether on top to the guy over here having whole breakdowns over his parents, y'all. Whole breakdowns. Fam, but while they talk about what can change, what might change, what coulda, woulda, shoulda, did y'all see the video that came out about the Black woman that was married to the African guy and he tried to scam his own wife? Man, listen, we talk about these scammers, right? How long we been talking about these damn African scammers, y'all? Do y'all know that these damn African scammers, Nigerians, they're out there marrying these Black American women who, I don't know if they're all the way Black American. However, they're married because sisters ain't checking for Mr. Mutombo. But fam, they're out there trying to scam them. How you going to try to scam the woman? See, all of those Nigerian scams to get to America, to get a green card, delineations messed that up as well. Delineations messed that up as well. Now a lot of those tethers that were scamming y'all, oh, now they're getting caught and they're like, damn, the jig is up. It's out there. Look at this lady right here, family. Look at this. This woman right here has a whole, you seen that? Okay. Fam, this is real hot on social media. I need my brothers and sisters to watch this. She goes in on this guy because apparently he was like using his kids and her kid, and she was paying the bills for him. Family, she was paying the bills, and watch this African guy trying to run that African game. I said it before, y'all. Black American women are stronger than tether men. Watch this right here, family, and how he's trying to scam her, and she calls his ass out on it.
His name is Muhammadu Matar Chim. I have been consulting with his family. He refused. Yeah, I know that. Good, good. He is not returning the car. He refuses to return I bought this car with my own money. This man has not worked since the beginning of this year. He does not work. I went to file for a divorce, but I can't. He's hiding the car. Okay, he's hiding the car. I can't take my kids to school. I can't do anything. No, that's not true. Yes, it is true. I have to get a list when I have a car. Yes, just day before yesterday. Yes, so you're gonna keep doing this. Why can't you bring the car here? We can share the vehicle. Then why didn't you? You rode here in your daughter's car. Look, y'all, this is the car he came in. His daughter's car, not they child. This is the fucking car he came in. He's using his fucking daughter to keep from not being able to allow me to drive the car. This is his daughter's fucking car that he's fucking using. And then he got the car parked somewhere, I don't fucking know where. Hey y'all, so I'm just giving y'all an update. I've kind of lost my voice, but y'all better believe I've been in car.
Freeze. Yeah, what is it? Run, girl, run. Don't let them respect to this sister, but I got a sneaky suspicion, y'all. This sister got sold that Wakanda package. She got sold that the motherland was calling. She gave Mr. Jollof an opportunity, and he tried to steal his wife's car. I ain't never heard nothing like that. He out there trying to steal his wife's car. He used his kids, who I promise you are already some damn African kids from his out-of-wedlock African marriage, and he's using that against his sister. Get the hell away, sister. This is why them Wakanda packages are not good. Stay away. They scamming their wives, y'all.
Not being able to allow me to drive the car. This is his daughter's fucking car that he's fucking using. And then he got the car parked somewhere, I don't fucking know where. Hey y'all, so I'm just giving y'all an update. I've kind of lost my voice, but y'all better believe I've been and called the police. Like, the police were here. It's just like when you're married, they cannot do anything. As long as we're not violent to each other, the police cannot do anything. They're just telling us, y'all need to wrap this up. Y'all need to, come to a decision, what y'all gonna do. But anyways, long story short, I got my car back. So I got my car back. He keeps switching up the story every 5 seconds or whatever, but I got me and my baby's car back. So now I'm just packing up as much stuff as I can. As soon as I get the chance, I'm going to go to the court and file this petition for divorce. So yeah, he's still running around lying about me. It's very sad because he's just making up lies. Some of it is true, what he's saying, but a lot of it is lies because he's trying to cover his own self. I don't appreciate that he got grown kids. He got a 19-year-old and a 19-year-old daughter and a 21-year-old son. They do everything that he says. He's telling me that he's going to have his kids basically lie on my name, say that I don't never pay no bills here, that I'm always drunk. So he has his kids on his side to lie for him. But the blessing in this is that he has no proof of none of the stuff that he is saying. I have proof that I pay bills all the time here. I have proof that this man, even if they ask him to show his financial statements, there's nothing going to be there. So he's just a big liar. I am, y'all.
Damn, a big liar, family. He was lying because he in the background trying to talk his way out of it. No, you lied for us. It was you. You did it to me. She said the man ain't work or none of that. Yeah, get away from dude. Stay away. It ain't worth it. Don't listen to Dr. Umar out there talking about something. You can go get you an African prince. He ran that Prince of Zamumba kind of game. That's one of the things they do, fam. They still be out here running that. You got a lot of Africans who are coming out saying, yeah, we do that. Let me show y'all this, though. She had a thing. It was a backstory. Look at this, y'all. She had this right here. This came out. It's a backstory. In the background, you're going to hear her explaining the situation to him, and you're going to hear this dude straight up say that he don't work. Watch this, fam. This came out afterwards. She did a backstory. Watch this.
I'm not talking about that. But what I'm,
But
this
you
is
brought it up.
what I'm saying is
Okay.
I'm talking about things that make sense. That's what I'm talking about.
And so am I.
Well, if
You make sense, but I also make sense.
If you want me to call your mother so that she can hear everything that I have to say, I will do.
What does my mother have to do?
Yeah, because I don't know what.
But let me
her.
ask. Let me ask.
Listen to me, man. I don't know. Listen to what I'm trying to tell you. The reason why I'm telling you, when it gets to that point, I will call her, explain everything. Listen to me. I will tell her everything because at this point, man, I don't care about that shit because I don't know what the fuck you're telling them people over there. Okay, let me explain to you for you to understand. I am not gonna let you put me in a financial situation. Number one,
you've already put the whole house in a financial situation. How am I putting you? And I'm the one working. I'm paying for everything.
And a fan running that damn scam game on her. I won't put you in a financial situation. And she like, you already have. You don't work. And you still in card. What is this man talking about? There goes that typical scammer, y'all.
I'm paying for your medical expenses. I'm paying for your insurance. Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. But I'm not putting you in no bind. You are putting everybody else in a bind. Because you have not been working since the beginning of the year.
You don't have to.
And it's for several months. You're saying you have a back issue. That could have been handled way earlier in the year.
Man, listen to me, let me talk, man. Okay, you keep on saying I'm not working. I am working because I have a customer. I get $1,300 a month. Okay, listen to what I'm saying. Then from there, Roy will give me $600. That's $1,900. Okay, listen to me. Let me talk. Okay, you insurance doing this all this stuff. This is part of your job. You are my wife.
I know. I don't have a problem with it. I'm just
hold on. Listen to me. When your ass get fired from Geico, I was the one taking care of the bills. Listen to what I'm saying. We not playing.
Yeah, I got fired because I could not work. I was sick. I was with child. I was physically sick.
I have a back.
Yeah, I know you do, and I'm paying for you to get it fixed.
Are you know the kids are in here? This is why me and you. That's why we cannot have this conversation. That's why
we can.
No,
we can. I'm open to have it.
This is why I would have.
You just want me to focus on everything that's with you. That's have been the whole marriage, and I'm done doing that. I've been going along with every. Hey, do you want us to get a divorce?
At this point, I don't care about this.
Okay, no, that's not an answer. Do you want us?
If we're going this route, yes, I do.
Okay, so the route is what? You don't like that I'm moving forward with purchasing a vehicle and trading in the car?
That's not the reason.
That's what.
No, fam, that is exactly what it is. Y'all notice that he don't want her to have any power? You guys noticing that? He doesn't want her to have any form of independence or power. He wants to be the controlling African scammer. You notice whenever they talking, they always say, you are my wife. They got like roles, fam, that are real dictator-ish. Because y'all know all the stuff they be doing over there to Africa to them women. This is what I'm saying, fam. They don't like Black American women. They do not. Black American women be checking them. Their dudes are out here falling down, crying, scamming. He don't like the fact that she's doing things without him. This sounds like a guy who wants to control, but he don't want to do things that somebody actually has a position in the power to make them control. Everybody want to be a boss until it's time for boss things. That's really how this guy is, family. He's one of them scammers who wants to keep her in check.
You cannot afford it. We cannot afford it. Listen to me. Hold on, let me explain to you for you to understand. Number one,
I can afford it when I met my mom.
Listen to me.
Why am I married then? What is the point of being married if I'm with you and there's a lot of things I can't do? I can't go anywhere. I can't drive the car.
Bring all these kids. Who's gonna watch the kids for you? Me?
What are you talking about?
Okay, listen to me, man. Let me talk.
Nobody is asking you to watch no kids.
Okay, listen to me. That's not true.
What are you talking about? Who's gonna watch the kids?
Listen to me. We got two people in here.
They don't work.
It do work.
No, they do not. Because you're telling me I can't drive.
What I'm saying.
What the hell is this man? Listen to me. Listen. You listen 1 minute to me and what I have to say. The cars do work. I tried them. He don't know whether the cars work or not. None of that. That's that scammer stuff right there, family. He don't like any of the FBA sister energy. I done been out there, fam. Shout out to my sister Angelica. She's in here. I told you ran that damn tether out that space, Angelic, and he ain't never came back. I told you that them damn tethers hate FBA women. And my sister Angelic, I seen it. My sister Angelic, we had like 5 brothers on the panel. And they was all checking this tether. Soon as our sister came up, asked him one question, very cool, calm, and collected, his ass got out of there. Tethers are afraid of Black American women because Black American women don't pull or go for the ish that them damn African women go for. All the stuff and all the games and the scamming that you do on them African women, you ain't doing that over here. You ain't doing that over here. I remember my mama said that a long time ago. My mama said, oh, Black American women and the Middle East and Africa and all that. She's like, oh, that don't mix because sister's going to go over there and kick up some damn dust. They're not used to women who got that power. Is it a shocker that Black American women are the standard for women on the planet Earth and everybody steals Black American women style? And that same woman is the same woman that got tethers running. They know what time it is, fam. They know what it is. And that's exactly what was happening with Mr. Scammer right there. Mr. Scammer, you know what I mean? So please let me talk. Let me say this one thing, 1 second now. I have to talk to you. You know what I mean? They understand what type of hustle and con game it is. But fam, you got to remember though, because loving the dominant society is just what they do. Okay, they want to come over here and they want to run those two big games on us, and it ain't working. Delineation has had that chain of effect. Now everybody's shook and they're afraid of it. They're afraid what's happening and what's popping off over there. They know that foundational Black Americans, it's not an easy play no more. It's not an easy place to play us. It's going to be real. It's going to be business. And it's going to be business and it's going to be our business. And you ain't invited to our business. So if you don't like it, you know what you can do. But FBA going to stand on that 24/7, 365. And let me say this as well, fam. We all know the stuff that they be over there doing in the diaspora. Remember this, y'all. Black Americans are not a part of the diaspora. I've been saying that for the longest amount of time. Remember what I told you earlier, y'all. They will attach your name to something or somebody that ain't got nothing to do with you. So now you got to go where they go. Black and brown, African American, minority. None of these terms, we want it. None of these terms identify with us. And none of these terms have served us. We're not a part of the diaspora because let me tell you something, family. If you feel that you are a part of the diaspora and that's something that you want to be, you might end up in a situation like this right here. Family, why do they got 550-pound Rebecca from Massachusetts and they dancing her around in these streets? Y'all want to see how these Africans be feeling about them W women? Y'all look at this right here. Whoever she is, she must be important. Because look, y'all, not only is she there, they got her right here. She got her photo, her posters on the damn thing. That woman looks like she's pushing 772 pounds. And they out there, still doing the same stuff. You're still out here with the red carpet. You're still out here playing. Guys, damn. Really, family? Oh, we ain't done. That's W woman number 1. Look at W woman number 2. Everywhere you go, you see Mayo dancing and you see all of the mops tap dancing. Watch this one right here, family. It gets worse. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell is this? You see the diaspora, fam? You see why FBA delineates? You see why we regulate? We sit this out? What is this person right here doing? What the hell is this? What? She about to start Mayo twerking. She about to start Mayo twerking. You knew it was coming. about to drop it like it's not. She about to drop it like it's not, y'all. At this point, you just want to dance with them. She wasn't even dancing. At this point, y'all just love anything them W's do. How about this one? Oh, we ain't done. More to it. What the hell is this, fam? These people are y'all just enjoying that just to fam. That's just because them is W's. That's just because them is W's. They ain't even there for a reason, y'all. They ain't even there for a reason. They don't even know at this point. They don't even know because how are you getting entertained by that? Why, fam? Why in the hell in almost 2026 are we still seeing videos of a hell of a lot of Africans holding people up on their shoulders, holding them up in these big ass stoops, dancing, hanging around them? Why are we still seeing videos with all these Africans smiling and showing their damn teeth while you see some W's dancing? It's the same exact thing that got you colonized. Have you not learned, or do you just love colonization? I don't know what the hell that woman was out there doing the goddamn, what was she doing? She was doing the Brussels sprouts two-step. I don't know what the hell that was, family. I don't know what that was, but all I know is them Africans and Jamaicans was loving it. They was loving it, y'all. They were like, woo, give me some more. Give me some more mayo. That's how they feel. That's how they are. That's what they want. And foundational Black Americans, man, we just been kind of out here keeping it real, letting everybody know that's y'all people. That ain't no foundational. Nope. So delineation, as we said, came at the perfect time because delineation separates us from all of that. They can have that. What we said, fam, they want it, they can have it. Don't come asking us. You know what I'm saying? Y'all crazy. We say the meth shuffle. You out there doing the meth shuffle. Damn. And them Africans out there just cheesing. You dig? Because this will let everybody know we ain't them. We're not them, never have been them, never will be them. Y'all do you, we do us, whatever you do, I don't care. Foundational Black Americans, we number one, we the standard, we the main players. But since we the main players, fam, and we've been out here really regulating, there's been a lot of crazy things going on right now. A lot of crazy things are going on, a part of the delineation process. This era will be defined by self-identification, renaissance, reparations, and delineation. And remember, you can't be a delineator unless you're a regulator. Let me show y'all this right now. How do we got Carolina in the building tonight? If Carolina's in the building, shout out to Carolina, particularly North Carolina, because, man, they out there in Carolina, y'all. Woo! Fam, remember they told Black Americans that we were going to get deported? We were going to get detained. We were going to get snatched up. Y'all seeing what's going on right now with ICE out there in Carolina, y'all? Y'all see every third Julio getting yanked up, every third Julio getting packed up. Oh, it's crazy out there in Carolina because the main thing that's going on now is every time there's a major story, underneath that, there's more deportations. Every time there's TikTok videos mad at us, underneath that are deportations. Every time you turn around, I see North Carolina. Oh, boy. Carolina, well represented. Both Carolinas. Certified salute. Love Carolina. Family. Shout out to y'all, Carolina. Because brothers and sisters, what I'm seeing is sitting back watching these people get deported. And brothers and sisters like, hey, sound like a you problem, not a me problem. Let's go there. Man, oh man. It was all good just a week ago. Weren't they telling us we was going to get detained, y'all? It goes back to what Black Alpha always says. We staying, they going.
Along with surrounding areas, we'll be conducting traffic checkpoints and roadway operations this week as part of a coordinated enforcement strategy involving local and federal authorities. Major cities impacted on November 12th and 13th include Charlotte, Raleigh, Greensboro, Durham, and Winston-Salem. Other important locations include Asheville, Fayetteville, Cary, Wilmington, and Greenville. In South Carolina, operations will take place in Columbia, Charleston, and additional key cities such as Greenville and Myrtle Beach. These enforcement efforts will focus on heavily traveled highways, vehicle inspections, and drivers suspected of being under the influence of alcohol. It's important to note that both federal and local agencies may participate in these checkpoints. In some situations, undocumented immigrants stopped during these operations could be transferred directly to immigration authorities. Drive carefully, stay informed, and share this information with the Hispanic community. Major operations
Nope. You got to stand on it because you can't stand with us. Watch this, y'all.
Told me that, so why my husband just called me and told me that immigration just picked up over 100 Mexicans from one job, from his job. Like literally was at the job site, because in lawn service, what they do is they have to basically, they all meet at one place or whatever. A lot of y'all might know this, but a lot of people might not. They meet at the company. They leave their cars there, and then they go inside the company trucks to start their day. Well, the day is over, okay? It's where we at is 6 o'clock, okay? And why, as the last truck was out, someone hurry up and called the people in the Mexicans in my husband's truck and was like, hey, they picking up. They got 2 trucks full of immigration. They picking us up. So the dude done crashed the truck, y'all.
Damn.
Baby, these people are still coming after people. And I thought it was one thing when it happened to the Haitians at my job, at many jobs. But y'all, when I tell y'all, it is so sad. Like, it's sad. Just imagine going, at least they let the Haitians go at my.
This woman, by the way, family, I think she's Haitian herself. This is not a Black American, family. This is not a Black American. So she's scared as well.
My job. But just imagine immigration literally coming to your husband, your son, your father, whatever job, and they done made money this whole week or last week. All that money that they made, I wonder what do they do with the hardworking money that these people done made. So check on your loved ones, you know what I'm saying, because they definitely did a swipe. And that's how you do a swoop. They did a sweep. Yeah, so what?
Yeah, that's definitely a teller. She can't even get the damn word out. Yeah. They did a swipe and a swoop, and your ass got to go. Listen, shout out. I see everybody. Shout out to the family, all my Carolina brothers and sisters, man. One love, fam. It shows that everywhere this goes down, you start to see people getting snatched up. They can't put this on FBA now. Y'all notice, fam? They slowly are stopping that whole black stuff. Remember they was trying to run that? They were just doing that in Chicago. Oh, black folk got detained. Y'all next. Notice that y'all next stuff is going away. As a matter of fact, the deportations is kind of just getting quiet. There's a lot of things going on with these deportations nobody's talking about. All right? This is why I say delineation and regulation has its fingerprints over everything in the United States of America. For the first time in history, people are understanding what it's like to have to hold their own nuts. Them nuts got to get held, and we ain't holding them for you. You're going to have to go out there and stand on your own business. You're going to have to go out there and make what you said you was going to do a reasonable, functionable thing, because FBA ain't coming with them capes. Hell no. Hell no, hell no, hell no. Notice, y'all, that Chicago situation and the way we exposed it, that was pretty much the last of the they going to get blacks as well. Family, how long could you really run with that? They going to get y'all blacks too now. How long could they really run with that one, y'all? Really? Because eventually somebody's going to say, it's been a year and you still ain't got black folks. You still ain't. So you're going to have to come up with something better than that. It's crystal clear now that Black Americans support deportation. The only black folks who a lot of times aren't even Black Americans, they're tethers and mops, melanated other people. The only people who are against deportation are foreigners who came to the United States of America illegally, because a lot of people who came here legally want them to go. But now everybody's understanding it. Black Americans were for mass deportation during the election, and we're for it right now after the election. And all that stuff about they gonna get Black Americans, they gonna find y'all next. Now, next done came and went. How many next are there gonna be? What was next? 2 weeks after you said it, nothing happened. 2 months after you said it, nothing happened. 4 months, 6 months, a whole damn summer done went by, and you still cannot show me one video of a foundational Black American getting deported, because it was never the reality. All that was a hustle and a fear-mongering tactic from the outdated, going down the drain fast Democratic establishment. Right now, everybody's seeing Black Americans, Indigenous, Black Americans, non-deportable. And everybody else who feels otherwise, they asses are in that van and they're getting deported. What have you seen more, brothers and sisters? Have you seen more videos of Black Americans getting deported, Or have you seen more videos of Donald Trump, the president of the United States, saying that the 14th Amendment was for the babies of slaves? I've seen Donald Trump talk about how the 14th Amendment is about us more than I've seen any videos of Black Americans getting deported, because there haven't been any. If Donald Trump came out and he said that the 14th Amendment was for Black Americans, and he said it 3 times, that'd be 3 more times than I've seen any Black American get deported, because we're team non-deportable. And family, being on team non-deportable feels so goddamn good in the hood. Absolutely. February 26th is coming. Tethergeddon has showed up, and Black Americans are showing out. Watch this, y'all.
In Charlotte, North Carolina, dozens of people have been arrested or detained by federal agents despite protests from the mayor and other local officials. ABC's Faith Abube reports from Charlotte tonight.
Tonight, dozens arrested in Charlotte, North Carolina. The Department of Homeland Security officially announcing Operation Charlotte's Web, saying it's targeting, quote, the worst of the worst criminal illegal aliens. Gregory Bovino, the Customs and Border Patrol commander overseeing the operation, on social media, touting 81 arrests on Saturday, claiming many of them had significant criminal and immigration histories. Federal agents seen detaining people across the city throughout the weekend. In one encounter, masked agents seen smashing in the window of this car. The man inside telling our affiliate WSOC he was stopped twice Saturday morning, but was released both times after showing proof he's a U.S. citizen.
Damn, they busting them windows still? I thought that wasn't going to happen no more. I seen y'all busting them windows way back in March. How the hell you still busting windows? That's not a Black American. Sorry, non-deportable. Thank you.
Stopped twice Saturday morning, but was released both times after showing proof he's a U.S. citizen.
Give me your status. Give me your papers. Say, why? Open the door. Say, I not open the door.
He says he was injured during the second encounter when agents pulled him from his car and threw him to the ground.
I got pain. It's not terrible, but I got pain.
The DHS responding on social media, quote, during an enforcement operation in Charlotte, this individual became erratic, refused lawful commands, and had to be removed from his vehicle. DHS law enforcement followed their training to remove him. But the administration's tactics sparking protests and drawing condemnation from some residents.
It's terrifying to pretty much know that at any moment, a federal agent can just come out and abuse you just because of the way you look.
The state's Democratic Governor Josh Stein telling residents to, quote, follow the law. And if you see any inappropriate behavior, use your phone to record and notify local law enforcement.
And with Charlotte is the latest city led by a Democrat that the Trump administration has targeted for immigration enforcement after surging agents to Los Angeles, Chicago, and Portland. And sources telling ABC News that New Orleans could be next.
The immigration crackdown.
Damn. That sounds so bad for y'all. So easy and so good for us. Check this out, though, fam. Notice again that they're talking about going into Charlotte, Chicago, Louisiana, all these different places, New Orleans, obviously, that they talk about. I want everybody to remind themselves about something that we all broke down. When I say we, I'm talking about all of us, okay? Because we are the voice of the people. We're the voice of the concrete. We're the voice of the streets, the real grassroots, y'all. Do you guys remember going all the way back to a year ago? I was saying right here, as well as you were saying right here, all of us together, fam, it's all documented. Do you remember? And this is the only channel where people were saying this. Do y'all remember when we were telling everybody that they're going to use Black folks as a excuse and a catalyst to go into these sanctuary cities and really go after illegals? While everybody was out there saying, damn, Trump's out there harassing Black folks in D.C. Remember, we were like, not really. He's going after Julio. And then remember in Chicago when there was a lot of Black folks, some Black folks in the new Black media, and they was running around there and they were saying, damn, man, he out there messing with Black folks. And we was like, not really. He's strategically going after all of these different places that are sanctuary cities. And he's really running a finesse game. He's running a real finesse game. And we was breaking it down. You had a lot of people out there that was like, Trump is sending the National Guard to go get Black Americans. And we were like, no, the hell he's not. In any video you've seen where they were messing with Black folks said, let me get the hell off my block. Get out of here. We was checking them. But the videos weren't like that when you seen Julio. Julio was getting snatched the hell up. Julio was getting packed up. Black Americans knew how to handle that. Black Americans knew they weren't there for us. What happens if ICE comes and ICE says, hey, let me see your stuff? Like, hey, here, boom, bam, go home. See, we're used to being detained. We're used to being talked to. If the police are on the trail of a suspect, they might come into a black area, talk to all types of black folks. What do? Oh, shit, I ain't had nothing to do with that. Here's my stuff. Here's my identification. Shout out to my brother Ox. We were younger. We got in some trouble when we were younger. I ain't going to say what it was. But my good best friend, him and his brother, me and his brother were hanging out. We got in some trouble. Police officers rounded us all up, wanted us to give our identification. And my best friend, he was like, he just showed up. He had nothing to do with the situation. He just showed up and seen me, his best friend, and his brother were talking to the police officers, and the police wanted our IDs, and we complied. Remember, Neely Fuller always says comply. Okay, all that stuff running around, crashing cars, that's what the illegals do because they got something to hide. We didn't do that. Well, anyway, my homeboy, my best friend, he walks up and he's like, oh, if you're going to take Alpha and you're going to take my brother's identification, he reached into his pocket and said, you're going to have to take mine. And he said, what the hell I look like going back home? And mama say, where they at? And I'm like, oh, they down the street talking to the police. What mama going to say? Mama going to say, then why the hell your ass ain't down there? Or why the hell you ain't leave? See, we got a culture of unity. They don't have a culture of unity, family. Family, right now, if you seen your brother or your sister and they're talking to the police officers and you just showed up, what you going to do? You going to walk right over there and say, is there a problem, officer? Notice that Julio doesn't say, is there a problem, officer? Julio doesn't do that, all right? Julio's not like that. Julio's running. He's like, hey, he's ducking, having fake seizures. You know, they don't really act like that. They'll have a fake seizure real quick. They'll have a fake seizure and they'll be in there just shaking and stuff. They don't do what black Americans do because they're not black Americans. So we was out there checking all of that stuff. Police came. We told them go ahead and kick rocks. It was what it was, and everybody bounced. They, on the other hand, fam, they be having these whole things where they be scared, crying, breaking down because they got something to hide. So it goes back to what we've been saying, y'all. FBA is staying and everybody else is going. I'll be damned you're going to go back home. You're going to go back to your damn people and be like, oh, yeah, my brother down the street and the police talking to him. And you didn't sit there and monitor the situation. Illegals don't do that. And by the way, family, let me tell you something. Remember when y'all, by the way, all of y'all, remember that dude who was having that seizure? And y'all was like, it's fake. Do you know now they're putting out reports and saying that there's this weird coincidence that every time these people get rounded up by ICE, something magically happens to them? Isn't there always a medical condition with a lot of these illegals, y'all? Y'all ever notice that stuff? You can't deport my wife. She has a condition. My wife has a condition. I have to take out her medicine. There's always something. They be normal, working on the job, a billion people, working at Lowe's, working on a construction site, laying down tiles, putting rooftop on. Soon as I show up, they be like, I shake when the sun drops. When it's 6 p.m., I start to get these shakes. There's always something wrong with them whenever ICE shows up. And now a lot of people are catching on to that, y'all. Look at this. Look at this, family. And shout out to y'all. Because I ain't going to lie. I thought dude might have really had a problem. Y'all was like, he's faking Alpha. Get the hell out of here. Look at this right here, family. Shout out to my brother, Black Truth United. I see you, player. Watch this right here, fam. This lady getting carried out. And everybody's like, nah. Ain't nothing wrong with your ass. Get up. This is an illegal who got detained, by the way.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people, medical, to treat this lady. It's a woman, about 35, 40 years old. She had walked in there with a oxygen apparatus at her appointment. This is her lawyer. He's a very hostile lawyer. What's wrong with your client? Is she gonna live or is she gonna die? Is your client gonna live or die? What did you do to her? Is she making a fraudulent report?
He said he's in a fraudulent report. Fam, is she telling the truth or she faking? I'm asking y'all, family, because the lawyer don't look too concerned, do he? Let me show y'all that lawyer done threw up the thumbs up. Fam, is she faking? Is there anything wrong with her?
What's wrong?
Fam, are they lying, y'all? Is this another cap, y'all? Do y'all believe this for 1 second? Is this another medical condition every time ICE shows up? Is this their way of evading deportation? Y'all saying faking.
Your client, is she gonna live or is she gonna die? Is your client gonna live or die? What did you do to her? Is she making a fraudulent report? Is she really injured? Is she really injured? Or she's faking it? These are the games they play.
Oh man. Woo. Woo, buddy.
Wow. Look at this. Taxpayer waste of money. Another illegal alien. Medical services. And so you like my content.
Oh man, look at it, family. Ain't nothing wrong. I don't think Donald Trump give a damn about that. I think Donald Trump like, your ass still going home. You gonna go from the gurney to Tijuana. You gonna go from the stretcher to Juarez. The cartel waiting on you. There's always something wrong with these people when I show up, y'all. Always. There ain't nothing wrong with you. Get up. Get up, fam. How many times we done seen these people having fake seizures and always crying, and now this one right here. And dude wasn't even buying it. He's like, this is a fake report. Get out. That shows you, fam, anything to be here in America. Anything to be here in America. They want to be in America so damn bad, y'all. They will do anything they can to have citizenship. They'll have these fake reports as if Donald Trump gonna be like, yeah, okay, she can stay because she's having some issues. Yeah, that's all good. But speaking of that, y'all, this is really the extra focus that we have been putting on the situation that America is not. Right here on the Black Alpha Network, because we have the most exclusive journalistic reporting. And again, when I say we, I'm talking about all of you guys, okay? The reason why we move so fast is because we've got thousands, literally, of brothers and sisters with their ear to the street. And I'm talking about y'all. And we sit there and break it down. As we said, Chicago was about going into the sanctuary city, and it wasn't about us. As we said, DC was about going into the sanctuary city, and it wasn't about us. Let me tell y'all what's happening in Charlotte. Let me rewind time to a year ago. Shout out to all my brothers and sisters, because we were doing a lot of reporting on ICE and immigration and all the things that were occurring. Family, do you remember that after the election, Tom Homan came out and he said, for every illegal child that they seized during their operations, they came to find out that like 3 out of every 7 weren't even related to the person that had them. The person that's holding that baby at the border crying, that Selena, and she said, don't take my baby. And she's crying, and they're running all these different news stories talking about that poor mother. Statistics and DNA have proven that those children don't even belong to those women, meaning when you see somebody crossing the border by the millions, we don't even know if those are their parents based on DNA that they love so damn much. Let's use their own thing against them. We don't know if that's even their parents because the babies be out there getting trafficked and pushed off. We all know it, fam. They did the statistics. It was like it might have been 3 out of every 5 that they was finding out through DNA studies that ain't even her uncle. Why this little girl is in the hands of a grown-ass military-age man, and that ain't even her father, that ain't her uncle, that ain't a cousin, that ain't a brother. So now we got to ask the question, who the hell is this guy? And where the hell is this kid going? Do you guys know that they have reports of kids that left into these caravans to come to America with no documentation or record of the kid ever getting there? So they say, I sent my kid out 5 days ago in this caravan. And they'll say, yeah, the caravan got here, but there's no record of your kid ever being a part of the caravan. There's no record of your kid ever arriving. We got record of your kid leaving, but they never arrived. And then when Tom Homan be getting emotional, everybody be getting mad at Tom Homan. Tom Homan, if you notice, I seen Tom Homan break down and cry because he was sitting there talking about having to keep a baby up that was harmed by these people. He's always talking about the trafficking. If y'all notice, they always be talking about Tom Homan and he's mean and he wants to get these nice illegals and split homes up. Tom Homan is out there saying, dude, we are the ones out there getting these people. Did you guys see the statistics that Donald Trump's administration has found like thousands, maybe even millions of kids that the Biden administration just lost? How many was it? Do y'all know the numbers, fam? Somebody help me out. Because before the election, I had the damn numbers, but I don't want to say the wrong numbers. It was millions of missing illegal kids. And Donald Trump in his first 7 months had found like 70, 80% of those kids. That's all trafficking going on, smuggling, all that stuff. I say it all the time, family. How in the hell can they sit there and tell us that these are good mothers when these mothers are passing their kids off to everybody else? Is it 2 million? Is that what it is? Okay. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of numbers. Okay, 2 million. I've heard roughly around that time. 600,000. Okay, all right. Yeah, the hell of a boy. Yeah, okay, there was thousands and thousands. Right. Yeah, there was a lot of numbers coming out, and all those numbers you guys are giving are probably correct. Because remember, y'all, they always give us a lot of numbers. Remember, during the election, I was the main one saying, because I got sources on the border, that they were telling us that there was 22 million people that came under Joe Biden, and I was always telling people that the numbers were actually closer to 30. So it's like probably 27, 28, 29, 30 illegals that came in during Joe Biden. And they were trying to tell us at first it was 15. Then we pressed them. Then they said, okay, it's 20. And then we pressed them again. They said, okay, perhaps 25. We hear that it's really about 30 million. So the numbers you guys are giving are absolutely correct. It's absolutely correct. These people have been disappearing. They have documents of these kids leaving and never arriving. Or they've got things where they're showing pictures and they're saying, is this your baby? And the woman's like, I don't know who that is. And then they're also showing things to these kids and they're saying, is that your mom? And the kids is like, no, I seen this one time with this little Mexican boy and girl. They was out there like with their hands up trying to tell people, I don't know this person. And they didn't say nothing. They said, walk on by. This is a very dangerous game. I say that to say this. As foundational Black Americans, we've seen the play behind the play, the layer behind the layer. That's what we do on the Black Alpha Network. Y'all certified 100. We always check it. Let me tell you one of the main things that have been going on. It was not about Black Americans in Chicago, was not about Black Americans in DC. It's going to be about illegals in Louisiana. Same thing out here in Georgia. Let me tell y'all this, though. This is the main thing that's going on. Do you know one of the biggest human trafficking places in America right now? This place in America that is one of the biggest trafficking of humans just so happens to be the same exact place I just showed you that they're having these raids at. Charlotte, North Carolina. Charlotte, North Carolina is one of those hubs of human trafficking. And it just so happens to be the same exact place that ICE is going into. So is this really about just breaking up families? Or is this really about the trafficking that's been going on? Watch this. Here we go, family. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go to the streets. Breaking news. New data has just been released showing how Democratic-led cities are hotbeds for human trafficking. One of the worst is Charlotte, North Carolina, where Border Patrol just started Operation Charlotte's Web. Check this out, fam. For Charlotte, one of the things that we have a lot of factors that attract and demand things like international airports, all of the interstates. You can get to California, you can get to New York, you can get to Florida. This right here shows you, family, that they're going into places that the Democrats been watching that have been doing a lot of human trafficking. So we got to ask the question, what's really behind these raids? Charlotte's Web.
New data now from the National Human Trafficking Hotline, and it shows the problem is growing in areas that have Democrat leadership, particularly Charlotte, North Carolina. The head of nonprofits that combat human trafficking in Charlotte, one of them spoke to Fox Digital.
Really is kind of like a perfect storm. There are a lot of variables. I mean, one of the things that we have to know is that trafficking happens everywhere. And so it happens in every city and every town, whether you're rural, whether you're city, it really doesn't matter. But for Charlotte, one of the things is that we have a lot of factors that attract a demand. Things like international airports, all of our interstates, you can get to California, you can get to New York, you can get to Florida. We have major sports teams. All of those things are drawing people who are coming and have disposable income. They're having a good time. We also are the second largest banking industry, second only to New York. And so you've got people coming in for business and then leaving.
A private investigation firm in the area says gangs with extensive resources are making the problem worse. It's also talked with Fox Digital, and here's a quote. The Bloods have a huge stronghold in human trafficking. They're one of the primary organized crime groups responsible for trafficking in Charlotte, end of quote. Boy, I haven't heard the Bloods, the Crips, all that in many years.
Yeah, I mean, the trafficking has gotten out of control. And one thing, it's really interesting, too, particularly about these kind of Democrat-run cities is that, look, they can basically barely handle basic crime. I mean, stopping crime in their own cities. The idea that they're going to be able to stand up to some of these major, sophisticated, sex trafficking networks is a concern to many. So I think we've got to make sure to get more resources. One thing that's very heartening for me is the local organizations that have really stood up to help and assist law enforcement with ending this kind of surge that we've seen recently. I've read a lot about this, too, just being from Atlanta, where, unfortunately, the Atlanta airport, the world's busiest airport, there's a lot of human trafficking. Hartsfield Jackson, where I was just going through last night, where there's a lot of sex trafficking that happens there, and it's important that a lot of local organizations.
Ain't no damn Bloods and no damn Crips doing no damn trafficking. Hell no, hell no. And notice the Democrats haven't came out and called cap on that. That's BS. Them is damn cartels out there. That's who it is. And family, It's the same thing with that Killmonger Garcia dude or whatever the hell. Remember, he was down with a lot of trafficking as well, family. It ain't got nothing to do with no black folks, fam. This got every single thing to do with these illegals, human trafficking. And we as foundational Black Americans right here on Black Alpha Network, we've been letting everybody know, don't let them attach us to this. This ain't got nothing to do with us. This is really about them going after illegals, and you ain't going to use our name to do so. This is about them. This is more about Trinde El Ragua. This ain't got nothing to do with no damn Bloods and Crips. This got every single thing to do with illegals.
Come together and in the demand for it, and a lot of that comes to us men making sure that we end the demand for human trafficking that is going through our country. But there's also organizations, one's called Men Opposed to Sex Trafficking. A lot of veterans and former law enforcement officers who are helping law enforcement get tips, and be able to track these guys down. It's led by a friend of mine named Bruce Deal, and he does a great work. And
So
I think organizations like that are making it.
It's interesting because that is a huge help. That's such a critical component of all of this.
Family, oh man, we got so much to unpack. Goddamn, here we are, family. Let's go. This is why it is very, 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 very important for foundational Black Americans to separate ourselves from everybody. There's not one group, person, party, political organization that we need to be connected to. Not at all. Because again, which is the main onus of this broadcast, whenever you attach your name to someone else or allow somebody to insert you, that means that those individuals are going to control you. This is not about the damn Bloods, and we're not going to allow them to run that game. This is not about Flips Red. We ain't on that. This is not about anything other than foundational Black Americans are over here, and all of them are over there. Don't allow people to start trying to make this about this, that, and other thing, because I'm going to tell you now, what it end up happening is they'll say this is really about Black folks and this is really about the gang culture with Black Americans, and they're going to always try to use us as a catalyst. This is why we independent. We stand on our own square away from everybody else. We ain't got no time to be a part of anything other than ourselves. Your lineage needs to be your political party. Your lineage needs to be your political affiliation. Your lineage needs to be the groups and the surrounding circles in which you resonate with. It does not need to be anything other than that. And if anybody comes around you and they start talking that, well, we're a part of this over here, remember, y'all, don't get caught in the middle, because there's no middle ground for us. And that's what we're on. And this is why we're watching these people real clear, y'all. You got to watch it, y'all, because we, as I tell everybody, we right here on the Black Alpha Network, we were the only ones telling everybody that they're using Black Americans as a finesse to go into these cities. That's what it always is. And a lot of people been running around saying, no, it is about us. All that it is about us, that's not good. That's why when they was putting out those videos, remember, y'all, they was putting out those videos with the National Guard, and they was walking up to people in D.C. and harassing them, and people was trying to run with that. Remember that Aflini? Remember Aflini, y'all? Remember Aflini had that fake arrest? That was them trying to involve us. And we right here, I kept saying, it has nothing to do with Black people. They're going to use Black Americans as the proxy, and they're going to try to slide everybody else into it. And we were shutting that down right here on the Black Alpha Network. Hell no. Charlotte ain't got nothing to do with the Bloods. Chicago ain't got nothing to do with we getting detained. And there weren't no damn National Guards just throwing Black Americans in headlocks in D.C. It ain't happening that way. This was about illegals. This was about illegals. And this was about illegals. And FBA, we going to FBA our way the hell out of Dodge. And when I tell y'all that, fam, a lot of people are out here getting snatched up. A lot of people been getting snatched up. Oh, the Haitians and the Jamaicans, we see y'all too now. Let's not get it tangled nor twisted. These people out here getting snatched up in a hell of a lot of different ways and a hell of a lot of different fashions. All these people are. And family, this is why I said earlier. This is why I always said, and I'll say it again. I said it earlier, fam. Put some respect on our name. Don't let your name be used where you didn't give anybody the right to use your name. You got to look at this, fam. And I mean this, y'all. Certified foundational Black Americans, we have to look at our names, our lineage as a intellectual property. And we got to start putting copyright strikes on people. Remember that, y'all. You hear that from Black Alpha, all right? You ain't going to say the Bloods. You ain't going to say the Crips. You ain't going to say that we was getting detained. You ain't going to say Black Americans is really just indigenous Africans. You're not going to say that Africans and immigrants built this country together. No. Our name, our intellectual properties will all be controlled by us. And we putting strikes on people. We put strikes. You use FBA wrong, we putting a strike on your ass. You use Freedman wrong, we putting a strike on your ass. You use Black American wrong, we putting a strike on your ass. This is how you got to do it, because that's the only way. You have to gatekeep names. Now, family, we have got to the stage where we have to gatekeep our names. Our names have to be gatekept. Okay, we have to. We done did everything, formulated, got a plan, moved all the negative things out the way. Now we have to focus on those terms are for us and only us. And that's why everything is so strong. Gatekeeping is a 24/7, 365 thing, y'all. That's why we stay focused on immigration. Notice, y'all, when there's a lot of stories going on in America, we always on Black Ops Network, we always go back to the immigration thing, because they're just waiting for us to kind of like go to sleep. And then they're going to slide in and say, well, notice right there, fam. They're like, well, the Bloods, they do that in there real slick. They do that in there real slick to try to attach Black Americans. We ain't attached to that. We ain't attached to Republicans nor Democrats. Donald Trump, Obama, Joe Biden, Kamala, none of the asses. We FBA, we stand on FBA principle. I know what Trump is doing. I know Trump's trying to feed his base with all this Black crime so he can go get illegals. I ain't with our names being attached to that, so we're going to shut that down. I know exactly what the Democrats are doing, trying to use immigrants and our name attached to it so they can save illegals. I ain't with that. FBA is FBA, and if FBA is used incorrectly, we put strikes on your ass. That's how we do it. And as we do that, let me go ahead and tell everybody this right here, okay? Because them Haitians was running around too, y'all. A lot of them was out there. Now, they're getting deported. Everybody's getting deported. Why you see this story is the main story in America, deportations is still going on. Why that story is big in America, deportations is going on. Everything, fam, that has been occurring, there's always been deportations. Deportations have not stopped. Through all out the summer, the whole Charlie Kirk situation, everything that's deflecting and distracting, the Mona Leo, all of that stuff, fam, those are just stories that come and go. Deportation is still going. And what's the best thing for us to do? Sit back, relax, and watch these damn people get escorted out the country. That's FBA way of winning, and that's why we win it. Look at this, y'all. These Haitians been out there running their mouth, and look like a lot of them is getting packed up, racked up as well. Yeah. Look at this right here, fam, and this shows you that deportations ain't stopped.
This Haitian lady that been living in America for 42 years got deported back to Haiti, and she want to show us how she living. Check it out.
Girl, this the kitchen right here where people cook. You probably can't see it good. It's the kitchen, girl. And let me show you where you use the bathroom at. You see that hole? This young lady and her son, she pregnant. She let me stay until I can get out of here or get on my feet. Look, girl, look, this her son. We all sleep on one bed. Life is hard up here, girl.
I'll be damned. It's like 1804, threw up on Haiti. You telling me you been in the United States for 42 years and you couldn't go back home with some racks, with some bread, with some bundles? You know what I'm saying? Like they say that immigrants work harder than Americans. You have 42 years to save money. This tells me that you probably been living on the government this whole time. You probably was living on the government. Because how come you're not going back to your country with money? You've been out here 42 years, right? And this is what happens when you abandon your country and don't build on it. Your country's not going to build itself, right? Coon alert. I'm telling you, coon alert. Have y'all noticed though, these predominantly African countries where they have a white presence that's like governing or have some type of economic control over it, they're the ones that's doing good. If South Africa didn't have the presence that they have, that little 10%, 7%, they'll be looking like Nigeria. If Jamaica didn't have the Chinese, they'll be looking like Haiti. I haven't seen a African country ran properly when Africans are in charge. Hey, I just haven't seen it. And I'm rooting for all the melanated people in the world. Like, I'm rooting for success for all y'all. I'm sorry, but that's my observation. And yeah.
Family, that's what we need to talk about right now. He threw me an alley-oop, and I'm going to bring it up. Fam, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to make this crystal clear. This is me, myself, and I talking. I'm rooting for all melanated people of the planet. I'm not rooting for all melanated people of the planet. See, that's what Black Americans used to do. was root for all the melanated people. And do you see the bind that got us in? I'm rooting for all of the on code people of the planet. See, when you root for melanin, then you're going to have a lot of mops who show up. And they're going to say, we all black, brother. We all the same, brother. Can't we all get along, brother? No, the hell we can't. Are you rooting for all melanin, or are you rooting just for the ones who are on code? See, fam, we've been out here rooting for everybody, and they've all slammed that door in our face, called us out of our name, and just disrespected us live in the living color. The reason why we're in the situation now, because we as Black Americans having that unity culture. Remember the story I just told you about my best friend and his brother. Remember that story right there, family. And I said, if we got to stand in the line of fire to hold down my best friend and my brother, then we going to do it. That's just how we get down. That loyalty to melanin and other black people, that put us in a bind in a situation where we still got to dig ourselves out of that hole, y'all. Absolutely. I see y'all in the chat. I'm rooting for on code Black Americans. And if you on code diaspora, well, then you go handle your stuff. I'm judging everybody outside of America based on what they're doing in their homeland. See, the problem is a lot of Black Americans, we wanted to judge these invisible riders. Shout out to my sister Natural, if you in here, sister, certified salute. Like my sister Natural Torah always says, in her straight, real, G'd up fashion. She always says, where the hell are these invisible riders at? We hear about them all the time. Well, wait a minute now. That's a rider. That's a rider. That person over there. No, not him. Move over. No, not you. Not you. You a rider. Where the hell are they, family? Where are they? We need to quit judging people based on what they say about Black Americans and start judging these people. What the hell do you do in your homeland? Because how your homeland is going to be indicative of how you feel about Black Americans. You think it's a coincidence that these people can't stand Black Americans? However, their homelands are in ruins. Typically, an FBA hater and a failed homeland go together. An FBA hater and a homeland that's a dump go together, y'all. Tell me the person that hates on foundational Black Americans and they actually have a functioning homeland. They don't. Typically, when somebody calls FBA a kata, they come from a broken homeland. Typically, when someone says you guys are a hate group, they come from a broken homeland. Typically, when someone says y'all Black Americans are xenophobic, they come from a homeland. An FBA hater and a xenophobic want to be whatever, those go together, family, straight up and down. You show me somebody who hates on FBA, and I'm going to show you somebody who comes from a broken homeland. That's just what it is, because it really ain't about us. It's just jealousy looking at our homeland. For them, it's reality. So all of that rooting for melanin, no. We were out there before saying, hey, man, I'm rooting for you. I want you to get this. I want you to get that. I said this just the other day, family. Think about what they call us. Xenophobic, hate group, Jareer, Akata. They got slurs for us. But I want y'all to think about what we have said to them. I'm going to go ahead and blow your mind. Watch this, family. Y'all know all this FBA hate, and the only thing we simply told these people was what? What? Fix your homeland. That's it. That's all we said, fam. Think about the root of this diaspora conflict, which is really the diaspora having conflict with FBA because we ain't a part of it. What's the root of all this? We simply just told you to fix your homeland. What's so wrong about that? You should be agreeing with us. You should be on our side. You can't sit there and point one thing that Black Americans have said to these people that isn't a thing of advice. We've been giving these people advice. They've been calling us Akata. We've been giving them advice. They've been calling us Jareer. We've been giving them advice. They've been coming over here undermining, undercutting us, trying to team up with white supremacy to go against our lineage. The only thing we've ever said to these people is fix your own homeland. How in the hell is that a problem? Think about all the negativity they say about us and think about how positive of a statement that is. And that's what they give us in return. That's the problem of rooting for all melanated people. You're a mop, a melanated other person with the emphasis on other, because you damn sure ain't us. So this is why FBA been standing on business and saying, you know what? Them days are done. You're going to have to fix your own because FBA, we're not here for you. Because guess what, fam? If you don't do that, then you're going to end up coming across something like this right here. How about this, fam, for all of that? CARIBCOM, the Caribbean nations, do y'all know that they all just arrived in the UK right now? They're all in the UK. CARICOM is over in the UK right now. Why is CARICOM in the UK, family? Because they're over there to fight for reparations. Yep, the same reparations that CARICOM excludes Black Americans from, they're over there fighting for reparations for all of the African UK people and the Caribbean UK people. I've been telling people the whole time, there ain't no damn diaspora. You know why there ain't a diaspora, fam? It's because everybody in the diaspora, they're all friends with each other to go against us. How you going to be a part of that? Do you know how many Caribbean and African organizations there are, y'all? Do you know how many there are? And they always exclude who? Black Americans. So they've been over there trying to get reparations for all of them while openly and actively undercutting us. CARICOM delegation hold UK talks on reparations, fam. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what they've been doing, y'all. That's what they're doing. So you rooting for all melanated people? Let me tell you what the melanated people are doing. They're coming up with all these different organizations and committees, and foundational Black Americans are not invited. I'm just showing y'all a few of them. How about that one right there? CARICOM committee begins reparations talks in the UK. Family, I want y'all to know this, and I'm going to say this crystal clear, loud and clear, straight up. You have melanated tethers who are in the United States government who are actively working and active members of CARICOM. They have their own reparations committee. They have their own support from the United States government, and Black Americans are not allowed in any of that. Fam, they have organizations that exclude us, but then turn around and tell us everything we do, they got to be a part of it. You see the play there? Everything we do, they got to have some. But yet they got everything over here that they don't want Black Americans to be a part of. And that's cool. I don't want to be a part of it, but I'm going to call your ass out in the process, though. Cool, checkmate. Because if it's going to be the game, we're going to play the game, fam. That's just what it is. Think about that, fam. They got the African Union where they're out there talking about our reparations. They done had African meetings in Ghana. They done had the year of the return. All these things, they sitting there talking about our reparations, and we're not even included in it. CARICOM is out there doing that right now. They're out there right now in the UK talking about reparations. And let me tell you the play for people out there. It's cool. We can sit there and be like, damn, go ahead and do what you do. No. Let me tell you why. What they want to do, fam, always see the end game, okay? Always see the end game. What they want to do is CARICOM and the African Union, they want to work with the British government so they can get a form of reparations that's going to be a wimpified form of reparations. And then they could say, now Black Americans, y'all go do the same thing. This is a means for them to try to dilute our reparations claim. Trust me, y'all, they got us in mind as well. They ain't getting no damn reparations from the British government in the Caribbean. It ain't happening. So then you got to ask the question, what is this really about? What's this really about, y'all? Is it really about reparations, or is this really about them getting together to come up with a fake reparations? Because I tell everybody, before, they didn't want reparations. Now they're seeing that we're so about reparations, they're trying to say, well, let's give them reparations that ain't really reparations. And they want to use the blueprint of CARICOM reparations, African Union reparations, and then try to say it to us. Fam, I want you to imagine in the future right now. Picture this in your head. Can you not see a Democrat in about 2 years? Say, we'll go to 2000 and we'll go to the next election, fam. Let's go to the next election. We'll go to 2030. Can you see the Democratic candidate that's running for president? Can you see when somebody asks them, what about reparations? And they say something along the lines of, I support reparations. I believe that we should do reparations the same exact way that the United Kingdom and CARICOM did. That would be a great start. How about we do the same reparations that the British gave to all of the Caribbean people and the Africans? That's a good blueprint. Can you not see a Gavin Newsom or a Kamala Harris pointing at CARICOM reparations as a good starting point for reparations for Black Americans? Can you see that in your brain, fam? Because I damn sure can. I can see it right now. How you feel about reparations, sir? I think we should give reparations to Black Americans. And it should look just like CARICOM. It should look just like what CARICOM got from the UK. I think that is wonderful. That's really what they're trying to do, family. Oh, you absolutely right. It ain't going to work. Because we right here. Hell yeah, ain't nothing they going to do going to work. Hell no. The only way it ain't going to work is if people ain't taking heed of what we saying and people look around it. Ain't nothing they ever going to do going to work. Not in this era, because ain't nothing they doing right now working. Ain't a damn thing they got. They done came up with trillions of plans and wasted trillions of dollars. They ain't getting 1 penny in return. You better go get a refund. Ain't nothing gonna work because certified black society in the goddamn building. The only way that any of this will work is if people get lazy or people don't catch it. And it's our job to make sure everybody catches it, everybody frames it. For me to say this now, and then we're going to see them when they do it. Like, we saw you coming, you done for. That's how we get busy. Look at this right here, family. I'm going to show y'all right now. These individuals think they slick. Boy, they think they cold. They think they slick. They think they own one. But we all of the above. These people are out there actively talking about reparations. And I want y'all to know, they want reparations in the form of an apology. This is what I'm telling y'all, fam. What's the play behind all this? It ain't really reparations. There's not really a reparations movement going on in the Caribbean or in Africa. Can we, fam, let's be real. Both of those, CARICOM and the African Union, those are not genuine reparations movements based on the grassroots, because to be honest with you, the grassroots people over there ain't even a grassroots over there, fam. Let's be real. They got grass cake soap, but they ain't got no damn grassroots, okay? They ain't got nothing that's really moving the crowd. None at all. But I'm going to show y'all that they running their mouth real reckless about what foundational Black Americans are doing, and they're watching us. Do not, and I say this, let me show this. I'm going to pull this up right here. Let me show y'all, but I'm going to tell y'all this before I show y'all this. Let me tell y'all this. Do not think for 1 second they won't use Caribbean or African reparations committees to dilute, to hijack, or to steal our reparations. That's what they're doing. They're all props, fam. These are the same slave traders that they were back in the damn day. Ain't nothing changed, family. You think it's a coincidence that soon as reparations started getting popping in the United States of America based on certified black society, out of nowhere, Ghana got a reparations claim? Out of nowhere, CARICOM got a reparations claim? And how do you know what I'm saying is true? It's because CARICOM works for the United States government. You think them are going to be some real reparations, or them going to be a white supremacist reparations refund? You know, the African Union works with the dominant society in America. You think them is going to be real reparations? These people are, see, here's the difference, fam. Our reparations movement does not work with, it's not a solidarity, and does not coincide with the political party, with the government, or any organization or group. It is momentum, organic, from the Black American streets, the grassroots. That's why ours is genuine. The CARICOM reparations plan is working in conjunction with the United States government and the UK government. African Union is working in conjunction with the United States government and the UK government. They've got white supremacist-led reparations committees. We don't. They've got spies and agents and tethers. We don't. This is why I say all the time, I'm not out here supporting reparations for Jamaicans or Africans, because one, they don't support ours, and two, mine ain't got nothing to do with theirs, and three is that if foundational Black Americans ever got reparations, they gonna be the main ones with their handouts because their hands been out. So the only reparations plan that I support is the reparations plan that is from us. It's the same exact way that the household that I support is the one that I pay the goddamn bills in. I don't pay the bills at the neighbor's house, so I don't give a damn what the neighbor does. I'm not trying to get a check from England, so I don't give a damn what happens over there. I ain't from the Caribbean or Africa, so I don't give a damn what happens. What I do know is that all their reparations plans look janky, and all their reparations plans got mayo all in it. So again, the only real reparations plan is foundational Black America. Let me say this as well, y'all. Notice this, y'all. Absolutely, absolutely. Good comment right there. They ain't giving them ish. They ain't giving, they're proxies. These are setups. Their reparations movements are not from the streets. Fam, what is the grassroots reparations movement going on in Africa? You notice this, fam? All of the African and Jamaican reparations movements are all political. They're all sponsored by a political party or a government. You don't see no off the block, in the streets, grassroots activists for reparations in Jamaica. Tell me the grassroots activists in Haiti that's pushing for reparations. Tell me the grassroots activists in Africa. You don't have average, everyday, working class people pushing reparations. We are the only ones who have everyday, average brothers and sisters who go to these panels, who go to these rallies. Our reparations movement is not affiliated with a government. all of their reparations committees are affiliated with the government. So if these said governments are allowing these reparations committees to go on, you got to ask the question, what for? You know America ain't giving no damn African Union reparations. You know the UK ain't giving CARICOM no damn reparations. So why does America and the UK allow those two organizations to exist unless they're using them as a weapon or proxy against who? Against the only organic, certified, thorough grassroots reparations movement on the planet, and that belongs to foundational Black Americans. Boy, we in here preaching, we doing all the reaching, and they ain't speaking. Look at this right here, fam. This is how these individuals feel about foundational Black Americans. This is why I only root for foundational Black Americans. Watch this.
Cultural shock when I came to America was my most shocking cultural shock when I came to America was hearing this thing everywhere, like first Black on this, first Black on business, first Black on barbershop, first Black on law firm, first Black graduate. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like the West went into a functional continent, disrupted it, and brought some people here to build their own continent and caged them, didn't allow them to do anything for themselves. And then when they eventually got tired and allowed them, you're telling me that's the first time a Black person is doing something? Have you ever heard about Sankore, the University of Sankore in Timbuktu, Mali, established century? When Europe was in the Dark Ages, Black people owned the universities that was teaching mathematics, medicine, law, astronomy. And that is like 500 years before the University of Oxford in England was established in the 12th century. And that is over 600 years before even America existed. The 1492 Columbus history or the 1776 American independence. Like, what do you mean first Black owned? Should we talk about craftsmanship and economy? Have you heard about the Oka blacksmith in the present-day Anambra State, southeastern part of Nigeria? These people has been practicing blacksmith for thousands of years. From what is documented, from the date when it was documented, that these people are practicing blacksmith in engineering tools. From that time to the first time Europe had its own industrial revolution in the 18th century.
Let me tell y'all what he's saying. What he's saying is that when he came to America, he was astonished that we have things called Black owned, because in Africa, everything is Black owned and they're just so much better than us. He's saying that in Africa, and he's going way back to the 9th century, he's saying that they've had things in Africa way before Black Americans ever had anything. Why are we still celebrating achievements when Africa had all the achievements? He's saying that they had schools in Mali and they had all different things in Egypt, while Black Americans are over here basically celebrating crumbs. This is who people want to root for, family. Look at this, always throwing shade in our direction for no reason whatsoever, fam. None. And then I would ask this question, which I always ask this question: how come Africa's not doing so well now? It's not a flex to tell me something that's so great back in the day, but there's nothing to show for it right now as we speak. So what he's basically saying is that we had, it's the 1804 thing again, right? Well, we were so good in 1804. Where you at now? Oh, we had a couple people in Jamaica. Okay, where they at now, though? Well, we built some pyramids. Okay, where they at now, though? Well, we had the first universities. Okay, I understand that, but where you at now? It's a, what have you done for me lately? And I'm asking the question, what has Africa done for anybody lately? Other than give all of their resources and minerals and everything else to everyone else. But you see right there, family, he's trying to use foundational Black Americans and say, well, y'all are sitting here celebrating these things, but what have y'all ever done? That's what he's saying. What have y'all ever done? And let me tell y'all this as well, fam. As we sit here and we talk, y'all know everybody out here right now are taking our talking points and they're starting to look like Black Americans. Fam, go look at some of the people in Africa. Go look at the people in the UK. I'm not just talking about fashion. I'm always telling people, fashion and music is not the only thing that they bite from us. Fam, they're running around right now in Britain talking about delineating, talking about gatekeeping, looking like they sat back and watched foundational Black Americans and said, oh, I want to do it like that. And they're trying to make it look like it's them. But in reality, it's us. Remember all those videos that those Black Brits were making? They was talking reckless about Black Americans. Fam, you got a hell of a lot of them over there right now talking about we need to gatekeep our culture. We need to gatekeep and stand on business. Everybody is looking at Black Americans in that light. See, there's two types of people. There's a person who sees people emulate Black Americans and they say, oh, that's cool. Them is our people. And then you got people like me who see people emulate Black Americans and I say, that ain't us. That's just a carbon copy. And if they ever get the opportunity, they would turn on us in a second. Watch these British women and watch how they sounding like they've been out here watching the new Black media and Black Alpha Network every Tuesday and Friday. Watch this, y'all. Look at this, y'all. She sits there and says, Black History Month has been real quiet, but I want y'all to tell me, does this not sound like us?
This is the time really to start I'm going to be 100% honest. This is the time really to start gatekeeping Black culture. Because with the lack of Black History Month initiatives and things that brands are doing, but they want to be a part of the culture, people that don't look at us starting culture agencies, but don't want to do anything for Black History Month when we are really the culture in the UK, we're going to have to start gatekeeping our culture. And if they want to tap in, they're going to have to talk to one of us.
England was made. Wait, gatekeeping your culture? Tap in? Fam, no, I got to hear that one more time. She sounded just like us.
I'm going to be 100% honest. This is the time really to start gatekeeping Black culture. Because with the lack of Black History Month initiatives and things that brands are doing, but they want to be a part of the culture, people that don't look at us starting culture agencies, but don't want to do anything for Black History Month when we are really the culture in the UK, we're going to have to start gatekeeping our culture. And if they want to tap in, they're going to have to talk to one of us.
Stop, boy. Y'all so cold in the chat. Man, I've been telling y'all, I be wanting to say something, and then I already see y'all by like 10, 15, 20 y'all and already said it. What culture is there of Africans and melanated people in England? Y'all over there talking like this, and you're over there having all the tea and the crumpets. You are not of the culture like Black Americans are because you don't love yourself like Black Americans. So you need to quit talking about gatekeeping because you are not a Black American. I can tell by that forehead that you're not one of us. Y'all see this right here, family? Is this woman not trying to make it look like that? Because I was thinking the same thing y'all was thinking. I was about to hit pause, and I see y'all already said it. What culture are they? Y'all not the culture of England. Don't nobody go over there and act like y'all. Y'all act like them. Y'all sound like them. All y'all rappers sound like Chief Keef from Manchester. You make polite gangster music. All of y'all. That's why we don't take y'all serious when y'all rap. I run up on his spot with the Glock. It is hot on the block. Homeboy, you too damn proper for me. Okay? I ain't hearing none of that. Y'all not the culture. And that's just stealing our stuff. Okay? Black Americans, we are the real culture. Y'all are not the culture of your country. Let's be real. Ain't nobody over there saying the Black Brits are influential. Hell, a lot of people don't even know y'all even there. And all of y'all are Africans and Jamaicans any goddamn way. Stop playing with us. Watch the next lady.
England was made on the backs of foreigners.
That's going back to
was
Windrush.
made on the backs of foreigners, particularly Black people. And I find it so interesting that we are only British when we're needed. We're British when we're winning for them. We're British when we're creative for them. We're British when they're prophetizing off us.
Yeah.
But then when we're losing, or when we stand up for ourselves, all of a sudden we're not British anymore. We're African.
Yeah.
I don't with that. I don't.
I'm going to be 100%.
Nah, fam, all that, it was built off the backs of us. Fam, we got to go there. And you know what? I know we just going to be real today because that's all we know. Okay, fam, first off. Was they not trying to sound like us? Fam? That's all FBA talk, fam. How do you know? Y'all weren't talking like that until this reparations generation showed up. If you ever want to know who's biting our style, just look at the people and how they talk. Y'all not talking like this at all unless Black Americans started talking like this. Y'all ain't never talked about gatekeeping. Y'all ain't never talked about tap in. Y'all ain't never said foundational. None of that until Black Americans stepped into place. Stop playing with us. Stop playing with us. I don't respect people who are watching our delineation movement and then they're mimicking it because they're not in it for the long run. Let me ask y'all a question. All of these people out here who are studying, watching our delineation movement, and they're trying to duplicate it in their homelands, do y'all really think that they're going to stick with it? Or is it just the flavor of the month? Do you think when things really get real and they really got to stand on business, they're going to stand 10 toes down, loyal to the soil like us? Or do you think it's a fad and they're going to move on to the next one? Because I don't believe that these people are really serious. I think they enjoy talking like Black activists more than they enjoy being activists. Absolutely. Exactly. Nope. Absolutely, family. Black Americans know these people ain't down with it, fam. Soon as the dominant society shows up and gives their ass some fish and chips, they gonna denounce all of that gatekeeping talk because you weren't gatekeeping before. See, the thing about us, again, y'all, is nobody taught us to be delineators. We did it by our goddamn self. Nobody taught us to be regulators. Nobody taught us to stand up to supremacy. We did all that on our own. These other people are being taught by watching Black Americans. They probably watching right now because I got a lot of people in the UK that watch our broadcast. Y'all know damn well they out there mimicking us. And again, there's still no movement behind it. This is how I know it's cap. How do I know it's cap, y'all? I might see 1, 2, 3 of them, but you ain't never gonna see 4, 5, or 6 of them. We be in here deep, fam. We be having thousands of people. They don't ever have those type of people following them, y'all. No, they don't. They don't. You just seen the African guy earlier saying his parents don't want him to grow his hair. Another Black Brit. You seen the other guy having that tether therapist session about his mommy issues. These people ain't really about it, y'all. Shout out to Master P, No Limit. These people are really just watching Black Americans and they're going to go with the wave. Fam, we're in it for the long term. We're in it for the long haul. Don't listen to none of these people who show up out of nowhere and they claim to be so down. A lot of people say they down. A lot of people say they got your back. But when I needed you the most, were you there? And the answer is no. The only people who were here are your fellow foundational Black Americans. Everybody else is a carbon copy. Everybody else is a duplicator. There's this thing in a lot of folks that they just feel they want to root for individuals who look like they're on code. I don't give a damn if you look like you're on code. Are you on code? And no, they're not. And by the way, all of those people, those Black Brits that are talking about delineation and gatekeeping and sounding just like us, how come they don't sound just like us and checking all they COONs? How about that? That's another means, fam. There's more than one way to skin a cat, okay? We're going to go down south with it, family. There's more than one way to skin a cat. There's more than one way to expose a tether. You may not see their homeland because they may have scrubbed the internet. They may look like, walk like, and talk like you for a second. But here's my main thing, family. If these people who are talking about delineation and gatekeeping, looking just like a damn robot that's been studying Black Americans, where's all of that energy for checking all of those Black Brits who talk reckless about Black Americans? And I would say the same exact thing to all the Jamaicans and Haitians. Where are all of these people at calling out their own people who disrespect FBA unsolicited? I don't give a damn if you use the term gatekeep. I don't give a damn if you steal the term foundational. I don't give a damn if you say certified, if you say you're going to go against the colonizer. What the hell do you do about all these damn TikTok videos about us? Let me tell you the beauty of this era, y'all. The beauty of this era is now we watching every single damn video and every single word of disrespect, and we holding all them invisible riders accountable. Until you check them, you can't even talk to a foundational Black American. You damn sure can't ever come over here, but you better not even look in our direction. I remember every video. That's what we doing now, fam. All the people out there that be hating on FBA, y'all know all they doing is exposing the fellow people in their homeland. That's all they doing. You just exposing further. Every African who makes a TikTok video hating on me, hating on Tariq Nasheed, good. I want you to keep making them. Because now I'm going to use your hate video as a catalyst to call out this guy over here who says he's our friend. And I want to know why this friend, Invisible Rider, ain't said something about you. That's how the game is going. So in essence, fam, they folding themselves out. Certified salute to you too, family. They folding each other out based on these facts, y'all. So keep it coming. Come on, because now we're seeing who's really about that life. Come on. Come on, fam. Make all the TikTok videos. Keep on hating. We FBA, we used to people hating on us, fam. They only hate you because you're getting paid. Don't nobody hate no broke NIGGA. Don't nobody, family. I ain't never seen nobody drive by and say, hey, that homeless person right there, I'm jealous of him. They only hate you if you're up, fam. So I want all the hate. I invite the hate. Because what that's doing, fam, is that's exposing who's really about that life. And to be honest with you, the results and the verdict has came back in. The results and the verdict is that those people who've been hating on us, them invisible riders ain't said a damn thing about them. So therefore, they're the same. They're the same. Remember, y'all, it's not a good tether and a bad tether. They're both tethers just trying to play good cop, bad cop with you, but it doesn't move past us. Let me show y'all this as well. This is what I mean when I say these people want to come up with some fake diluted ass reparations plan. Look at this reparations plan from CARICOM, y'all. And you tell me, do foundational Black Americans want anything to do with this? Because I damn sure don't. Hell no. Hell no. Absolutely, family. They hate us because we're the great originators. Absolutely. Yep. And we remind them of all their failures. Every time they look at a foundational Black American, they got to look at excellence that they don't have. Every time they look at our homeland, they got to look at a homeland that we built. We built our homeland hundreds, thousand years ago. They still can't build their homeland 5 minutes ago. I believe we won that one. So keep on hating. We're going to keep on exposing. They all just tethers to us. Look at this. This is their reparations plan, y'all. Compensation? Nope. Apology? Yep.
Reparation mean for you then? Does it simply mean a blank check?
No, absolutely not. We have a 10-point plan that begins with an apology. It speaks about indigenous development program because indigenous tribes are also impacted. It talks about health issues. It's really a development platform. We're not looking just for money's sake because we may not be able to absorb it. But we're looking for a comprehensive program that is developmental in nature, that has reciprocity so that the UK can also benefit through trade, fair trade that is. We're looking at the tremendous educational deficiencies we have, health issues. You know, Barbados is the amputation capital of the world because of diabetes, and this is directly linked to slavery. But we're also looking to cultural rehabilitation. We're looking at psychological rehabilitation. We're looking at debt relief. We're looking at technology transfer. There are many ways in which the UK can work with Caribbean nations.
So what does reparation mean for you then? Does it...
What the hell is that, fam? That's the reparations movement right there, fam? Dude just said nope. He said everything other than money. We're looking at everything other than money. What do you mean? We want a conversation so we can talk it out. These people are placed here, family, to solely undercut foundational Black American reparations. That's all it is, y'all. That's all it is. You got to examine these people for exactly that. Yeah, debt relief. Yeah, he said debt relief. And y'all notice as well, he said how it would help England. So he wants his reparations to help the dominant society. That's what he wants. So they still want to help the dominant society, every damn thing. They just cannot not love them folks, man. Gosh, damn, you love them like that? Yeah, anything but money. He's like, I want the money. No, I mean, if I did get it, I'd give it back to you. They don't want nothing. That's their reparations plan. So here it is, fam, in a real straight up way of putting it to the court for all my brothers and sisters. Reparations committees, reparations organizations outside of foundational Black America certified are not to be respected and are not to be entertained. Those are nothing more than op and prop and proxy organizations that have been created and designed to undercut us. All of these reparations organizations all work with some form of government. When a reparations movement is not in the streets or the grassroots, but it's in organizations and political parties, that is nothing more than a co-opt. And they're going to try to use those Africans and those Jamaicans and the Caribbean folks as some type of means to give them some soft ass, weak ass reparations. That right there is what I was talking about the election. Somebody gonna come out and say the same thing he just said. Think about it, y'all. They go get them a historic slave trader, a historic FBA hater, a historic tether. They put them in position to fight for reparations to make it look like as we got our reparations movement, they got their reparations movement. This is what the dominant society is doing, fam. I'm gonna give you the SOS, the System of Supremacy 101. They, in their mind, fam, because they'll do anything. Remember this, fam. Don't ever look past this. If you understand the system and how they move methodically, strategically, you're going to understand what I'm saying. We're about to cook right here. The dominant society never acknowledged reparations, ever, until we showed up. Foundational Black Americans and the Black grassroots popping up, certified 100. This era was not supposed to happen. This is God's work. Trust me when I tell y'all, family. Black folks was out here getting all types of play from things that did not concern us. We was Black and brown. We was Pan-African. We was vote blue. We showed up and essentially canceled all of that on day one. They weren't expecting that. The one thing that they've been running to get away from, and I'm talking about the dominant society, is reparations, y'all. Everything that you do and everything that you say has to be reparations oriented, because reparations are what they're afraid of the most. They're afraid of reparations, y'all. That's why in every single thing that I talk about, I don't care what it is, y'all, everything that goes on from here forward is some type of play to stop reparations. It's no longer just about Black empowerment on a basic level. Now it's Black empowerment on a financial level. So I see reparations and everything. I'm telling y'all, the same way you got BC, now you're going to have to start having before reparations and after reparations. How do you know? Because I'm looking right now and these people ain't acting the same way they did before we start talking about reparations. Reparations is the biggest #1 policy on the planet Earth. You're dealing with the most on-code Black generation of all time. And then you mean to tell me we talking about trillions of dollars worth of money? Family, that would flip the system upside down. Why you think you getting all of this new attention from Africa? It's because you're talking about reparations. Why you think you getting all this new attention from Jamaicans? Saying people would spit on us 10 years ago. Now we all Black, brother. Do you think it's because they all just woke up and realized that they love us so much? Or do you think they woke up and realized these Black Americans are really about to get reparations? They all want to go back to a time, and y'all remember, where reparations was not feasible. We have not only made reparations feasible, look how fast it's moved. Family, we went from a country that didn't even talk about reparations to now presidential candidates are getting asked about reparations. And if that damn answer don't check out with us, we're ruining their careers. Kamala Harris never recovered from that. I'm not going to do something specific for Black people. No, she never recovered, because let's be real. We was talking about reparations and she knew, damn, I don't want to answer this question. And then she got upset and she said no. That basically ruined her career 4 years ahead of time. They're afraid of reparations, y'all. Everybody is. Why you think all the Chicanos got all this new energy towards you? Reparations. Why you think Jorge Gonzalez, Lucy Liu, Yao Ming, why you think it's all eyes on FBA? We've been here. We've always been foundational. There's always been Black Americans. Why are we always the talk of the town out of nowhere? It's because we're on code and we fight for reparations. Reparations has something to do with every element of society and how they can try to stop us from getting it. So I say that to say this. They tried to put Africans and Jamaicans on our panels. That didn't work. We all went to reparations panels, y'all. The first thing we did in this movement was we cleaned house and we got all of them out of there. We said, you're a Jamaican, get the hell off our reparations panel. You're an African, get the hell off our reparations panel. Your hairline is way the hell back there by the doorknob. Get your ass off my reparations panel. So they realized they couldn't infiltrate our reparations movement by putting people on our panels. They couldn't take our reparations movement and dilute it domestically. So they said, let's take it abroad. Now what we're seeing is the abroad reparations opposition. They've already tried to give us the domestic reparations opposition, and we canceled that. That's a wrap. Easy work. We ran them out of Dodge in about 6 months. So what they're doing now is they're saying, let's go and get CARICOM. Let's go get the African Union. Anytime, think about this, fam. I'm going to put this on the line. Look at the resistance that we get when we talk about reparations. But look at all the support that Africans get when they talk about reparations. Look at all the support that Jamaicans get when they talk about reparations. What Malcolm X said. Malcolm X said, you watch that Black person that they put on TV because he's working for them. Anytime you see CARICOM getting an interview, or anytime you see the African Union, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris fly over there, that's because they're working with these people. You don't work with the dominant society and get reparations from the dominant society. Anytime you see these CARICOMs or African unions, and by the way, CARICOM and the African Union, they work together. It's one big circle jerk. CARICOM, African Union, and the dominant society, they're all working together because they are the organizational, domestic, want-to-be's, abroad sabotagers. And Black Americans been calling all of that out. Don't never trust these people. Fam, we done had to run somebody, one of them damn Cobra guys. Y'all seen the video. How many of y'all seen the video where I ran up on that Cobra dude in Atlanta at the reparations task force? That famous speech that y'all see that I got, where I'm on the floor in Atlanta and I'm giving that reparations speech that went extremely viral. Right after that, I ran that damn Cobra guy out. I said, get the hell off my block. You ain't no damn Black American. You a COON, told him to his face. Yes, the hell I did. Because Cobra and NARC, they're both working with CARICOM and the African Union and the United States and the UK government. They all work together, y'all. All work together. So they realize they can't stop our reparations movement from the inside. So they're supporting all these outside initiatives. When Joe Biden flies over to Africa and he says, I'm going to give y'all $500 billion for slavery, what the hell you think that was about? What you think that was about? That was trying to undercut us. So the main game, fam, they want to get an African or Jamaican, give them some watered down, we don't really want money. We can forgive y'all. That's why you see the head of CARICOM and the head of the African Union, they're always saying they don't want money. They don't want money. That's what they're doing. Let me tell you something. The dominant society is talking to him on the phone. And he's saying, listen, I need you to undercut Black American reparations. I need you to have CARICOM full of a bunch of Caribbeans. I need you to have the African Union full of a bunch of Caribbeans and Africans. And I need you to go on all the news outlets. I'm going to call up all my Mayo buddies. My Mayo buddies will get you an interview with Sky News and ABC News. And I need you to keep on pushing the lie that there's no money involved. Keep on telling them you don't want money, you don't want money, you don't want money. And then on the other line, Mr. Mutombo is going to say, why do I say that, boss? Because, you know, he sees Mr. Mayo as boss. Mr. Mayo's going to pick up and he's going to say, well, I need you to not want money and you can get some hugs and an apology. And then he's going to say, well, why hugs and apology? You want to do it now, boss? And then he's going to say, no, Mr. Mutombo. What I really want you to do is push hugs and an apology, because after we give you guys reparations in the form of hugs and apology, we're going to send out American politicians and they're going to tell Black Americans, we'll give you guys hugs and an apology, just like we gave the Africans. They are y'all brothers. Ain't that what you want? There you go, family. That's what the dominant society wants to do. They want to give us the same reparations that Africans and Caribbeans are pushing for, which ain't money. That's why the African and the Caribbean are out there saying they don't want the money. You see people who work with the government who claim they want reparations, but it ain't money. They asses is working and their agents, Cohen Tether Pro. It's easy as that, fam. Let me show y'all this right here since we're talking about how things are so damn easy. Watch this as well. This was just yesterday. Remember, y'all, they just got over there yesterday in England to talk reparations. And it ain't about the dollar bill. Watch this right here, family.
From November 17th to 20th to meet with British officials and lawmakers to discuss reparations for slavery and colonialism. Discussions aim to address historic injustice suffered by African populations and their lingering impact, including racism. CARICOM, which unites 15 Caribbean nations, is advocating for an official reparation plan that calls for formal apologies, debt relief, educational initiatives, and financial compensation. Despite growing global momentum, many European leaders, such as British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, have expressed reluctance to discuss reparations, emphasizing a future-oriented approach rather than revisiting the past. A recent 2025 survey commissioned by the Repair Campaign highlighted that public awareness in Britain remains low, with 85% of the respondents unaware that the UK forcibly transported more than 3 million Africans to the Caribbean. The United Kingdom from November 17 to 20.
Stop. This is what I mean as well, brothers and sisters. I want y'all to follow this right here. Follow this, y'all. Notice one thing Black Americans aren't doing, y'all. I want y'all to notice what we're not saying. Our verbiage is very tight and precise, okay? We always say this because we're not going to get another shot, y'all. Don't fail the babies. Don't fail the babies. You got to be mean. You got to hurt some feelings. Damn, cool. It don't matter. Our baby's going to eat, okay? Reparations has went far, y'all, in such a small time. Let's not ruin it. Notice, y'all, we don't use the term compensation no more. Remember, y'all, Africans and them are still running around here talking about compensation. When you hear the term compensation, immediately you assume it's money. Compensation is not money. No. If you give me money, I can give you compensation in the form of a ride to the store. I can give you not just a ride to the store, family. I can not only give you a ride to the store, I can give you $1 back. You can give me $1 million. I can give you $1 and say that's compensation. Compensation can come in a bunch of forms. Notice that whenever they talk about it, they say compensation. And what does that mean? That doesn't have to be a currency exchange. Again, foundational Black Americans have the only reparations movement that is based on money. Cut the goddamn check. I don't give a damn about apologies. I don't give a damn about compensation where your ass ends up getting $2 and I give you a free ride to the store. Watch that turn, because they're going to start trying to use that on us and say, well, you guys want some compensation? Well, what is it? Because only compensation I want is dollar bills. And if it ain't dollar bills, then don't come talking to me. I'm going to tell you that today. So we're not using those terms. Those are terms that they're using. They're using those terms. Everything in this reparations discourse is camouflage, hidden aggression towards us. Everything. If you have the ability to foresee and to read between the lines, you'll be okay as a reparationist. Reparations is no different than a contract. If you cannot read a contract or comb through a contract, you're going to have a difficult time, because this is a currency exchange. This is a metamorphosis in terms of recognizing the true identity of what's being given to you. Don't let nobody say compensation, and then when you look at the paperwork, it's everything other than money. They're talking about apologies. We're talking about cash. We're talking about money, and we haven't moved off of that, fam. I want y'all to think about that now, too. Now, how long have they been trying to get us to move off of money? They've been trying to get us to move off money. We just ain't cut the check. Vote blue no man, cut the check. Well, what about black and brown? Cut the goddamn check. We haven't moved off money. This is what's making them scared. Fam, they're afraid of reparations right now. Tonight, there's going to be millions of people. Damn that. Tonight, there will be billions of people across the globe that will go to sleep and have their ass a nightmare about foundational Black Americans getting reparations. It's the ultimate game changer that would truly put the most massive dent in anti-Black American hatred. Reparations. And we're on the cuff of it because we're out here doing it so strong as a collective, y'all. It's a beautiful thing where we at with it. They got to understand this. Let me show y'all this as well, y'all. This is what I mean. Look at this, y'all. This is CARICOM's 10-point plan for reparations justice. Look at this, y'all. Does this look like ours? Look at this. Number one thing they want is a full formal apology. For colonial governments must take responsibility for the crimes they committed against humanity and the Caribbean. See, Black Americans, we smart enough to understand if somebody oppressed you, they never gonna apologize to you. And an apology don't pay no damn bills in an economically deprived situation. So you can already see how ass backwards these people are, y'all, out here talking about a damn apology, a full apology. What's the difference between a full apology and a half apology? You still don't get no goddamn money, Dikembe. You still ain't got no paper, Dikembe. A damn apology. And that ain't number 7. That's their number 1 thing. And by the way, if they want an apology for the colonial governments, the damn British government's over there still colonizing Africa. How you want an apology for being colonized when the colonization is still ongoing? But this is the tether reparations we talk about. What do you want number 2? Indigenous peoples development. What the hell does that mean? CARICOM calls for the development plan to support and revitalize indigenous groups across the Caribbean. What the hell is that, family? A development plan? You are already getting developed right now by the Chinese, and the Brits still run y'all. You are going to the people who are doing it now, family. What the hell is wrong with Dikembe? As we proceed, number 3. Check this one out, y'all. Not reparation, but repatriation. Anyone of African descent who wishes to return to Africa should have the opportunity to reintegrate. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. That ain't no damn reparations plan, homie. That ain't got nothing to do with reparations. How do you compute this? This is their 10-point program. This is Tether Reparations, brought to you by CARICOM, which is brought to you by the African Union, which is brought to you by white supremacy. This is not organic. This is not certified. This is not grassroots. This is not us. We denounce CARICOM's reparations agenda, and we denounce the African Union's agenda because we understand their agendas are really just the white agenda. Damn, you can go back. So Pan-Africanism, I got you. Yep. What are they going to do? Send everybody a damn plane ticket? Well, how do you compute that? Oh, well, you want to go home? I'll let you go now. Like, leave. Wait a minute. Hold on. So a part of your reparations plan is to send people to Africa if they want to go back to Africa. Why don't they just go back to Africa? Because they know how to leave Africa. If they fled out of Africa, then they can flee back to Africa. Why the hell do you need a reparations plan to achieve that? I rest my goddamn case. Let's proceed, family. Cultural institutions. Cultural institutions. Build your damn own. The restoration of historical memory through cultural spaces and institutions will help Caribbean people to appreciate their rich history more deeply. How the hell do you need the white man to help you do that? You can't do that on your own. Family, you a Black American. Do I got to come to y'all and say, we need reparations? Why, Black Alpha? So you can know how to love yourself more. So you can know that you from Carolina. So you can know that you started hip hop. So you can straighten your goddamn ways and how you behave in your demonstrations. These are things that are not of a price. How can the UK government provide this to you when you could be able to do it on your own? Dikembe is still effing up. Let's proceed. Public health. Chronic health conditions linked to the legacy of chattel slavery put Caribbean development at risk. No, the damn colonizer still colonizing it, and you over there making TikTok videos about me is why your ass is at a standstill. Again, something you can do on your own. For colonial powers have responsibility to help address the health crisis. You need to address your own. How about that? Let's proceed. Notice, fam, Black Americans ain't doing nothing. How you got begging in your reparations plan? Fam, this sound like begging to me. Y'all notice that we ain't begging? We demanding that damn money. Give me my money and I'll handle everything else. Notice with foundational Black Americans, we're a little more thorough. We're a little more confrontational with ours. Give me my money. I built this damn country and you get the hell out my way. They in there saying, could you help me with this? What about that there too now? Public health, cultural, can you tell me how to love? Can you teach me how to love my own family again? Can you teach me how to put the cake soap down? How about that one? How about some cake soap? Where are you starting, Dikembe? Let's proceed even further, y'all. Education programs, really? Really, y'all? Really? CARICOM governments inherited high illiteracy rates and inadequate education. I'm skipping this one. Get the hell off my goddamn page, Dikembe. This is why they ain't like us. They said they need some education programs. I still ain't seen money. Fam, where the money at? We at 7. We at 7, y'all. Last time I checked, there's only 3 left. It's a 10-point program. We only got 3 left, and I still ain't seen money. They ain't even asked for a nickel. At this point, just ask for a damn quarter. Ask for a penny. You asking for everything except money when you are economically deprived. You live in homelands that get the worst amount of funding. You ain't got a pot to piss in, a window to throw it out. This is an economic system. You're talking about capitalism and you ain't asking for money. Look at this one. As if it don't get worse. Number 7, African knowledge exchange. Rebuilding bridges of belonging between the Caribbean and Africans is needed to repair the void by the transatlantic slave trade. How come Africans don't do this for you? How come you don't say, hey, African Union, why don't you provide? Why do you got to go through the colonizer to connect to Africa when you can just do it on your own? And what do you mean bridges of belonging? Are you still searching for an identity? I thought you told me we didn't know who we were. What the hell is bridges of belonging, brothers and sisters? I don't know what the hell that means. I need bridging of belonging. Now you just making stuff up, Dikembe. If you still want to be colonized, just say it. Just say it, man. You ain't got it in you. You got baby nuts. You ain't got no type of energy. You don't really want no goddamn reparations. You want a damn hug. That's what you want. You might as well just say, put the damn bamboo stick down. Bridges of belonging. And fam, ain't that the same thing as go back to Africa, which is way back here? Wait a minute. Hold on, fam. They said the same thing twice. They think they slick. Repatriation. Anyone of African descent who wishes to return to Africa should have the opportunity. Fam, that looks very, very, very the same as what we just read right there. African knowledge of exchange. bridges of belonging. They said, you think you slick, Dikembe. You said the same damn thing twice because you trying to fill out these numbers. You done ran out of bacon. You don't even know what to say next. He like, let's just say the same thing with different words. They out there same thing with different words. Bridges of belonging. Get the hell out of here. Still no money though. Psychological rehabilitation. Family, y'all want to take this one? Y'all want, because I'm getting mad. Dikembe's pissing me off. Dikembe, your hairline's pissing me off, bruh. Psychological rehabilitation. Healing the intergenerational trauma passed down from chattel enslavement requires greater funding of mental health resources. They want mental health reparations. That's what they want, family. Mental health reparations. Psychological rehabilitation. What the hell are you talking about, Dikembe? You have lost all reason and all form of logic, if you've ever had it. And now you're already at 8 and you still ain't said nothing about money. If I don't see money, Dikembe, I'm cutting this off. I'm cutting this off, Dikembe, and I'm going to clown your ass for about 15 minutes straight. You got one more damn opportunity to show me you want some damn money. You know, like everybody else's reparations claim. You got the only reparations claim on the planet that don't want money. Even $2 Tonto want $2. $2 Tonto know how to get the goddamn money. Let's proceed, family. Healing the intergenerational trauma. Crazy. Let's see what else you got. Technological development. The Caribbean was systematically excluded from Europe's industrial process. No, you were out there building it up for everybody and busting it wide open. Last one, y'all. Let's see what they got. Debt cancellation. Oh, hell no. I'm done. I'm done, y'all. I'm done. Fam, they done gave you DEI. This is what Joe Biden was saying. Joe Biden was saying this last year when he remembered who he was. I give you debt cancellation for, yeah. They want debt cancellation. Caribbean governments emerging after slavery inherited a crisis of poverty leading to unsustainable levels of debt. CARICOM calls for the payment of domestic debt and cancellation of international debt. You are still in debt to the world banks. They not going to do none of that. The same way you ain't ever going to get money. Because one thing I know for certain after reading that junk, you don't want no damn reparations. Stop playing. I'm calling out all of these fake ass CARICOMs and African Union organizations. Y'all don't want no goddamn reparations. You only pretending to want reparations so you can ride on the coattails of Black Americans just like your white supremacist agents sent you in to do. You just didn't think that this generation would be calling you out. Keep your buster, dusty, musty ass reparations plan the hell away from Black Americans. I don't want nothing to do with none of that at all. And you had brothers and sisters that was out there asking them, can we be a part of it? Man, I don't want nothing to do with their reparations. Hell no. They want hugs, kisses. They want DEI. They want to go back to Africa, bridges of belonging, which is the most moist damn thing I've ever heard in my life. Get the hell out of here. We good. We foundational Black Americans. We straight. We going to be over here, focus on our own, handling our own business, doing the damn thing, excluding any outsider, fam. All decisions come from inside of this house. None of them come from outside. They are not adequate enough. They cannot stand next to us at all, y'all. Never. What I tell everybody, their destiny requires our participation, and our destiny is better if they get the hell out the way. Remember, foundational Black Americans, we are the only people who are better by ourselves. Everybody else needs somebody. Everybody else wants somebody. They got to have somebody. Foundational Black Americans, we good on our own. And that's the difference. We are lineage that built the country by ourselves, sustained and maintained the country by ourselves, been everything great about this country by ourselves. They're still begging, because what that really was, y'all, that was some COINTELPRO agent reparations and some damn bacon. You're still begging. How the hell do you beg when you got a debt owed? Matter of fact, notice, y'all, they said nothing about a debt owed. They talk about a debt canceling, but they didn't bring up the debt that's owed. We always say, I want y'all to look at their reparations and ours. They're talking about canceling debt, and we're out here saying, you owe the debt, cut the check. You see the difference, family? We out here demanding reparations for a debt that's owed, and they out here talking about, can you cancel our debt? You see what I'm talking about, family? And then on top of all that, how's the Chinese going to feel about that? Because remember, the Chinese is all in Jamaica and he's all in Africa. I don't think he's going to like the fact that you out here snuggling up next to another colonizer. He said you are his H to the Izzo without the V to the Izze. So you're never going to get reparations. You're never going to build, because if you did, you would have already done it and you wouldn't be out here begging in this day and age. And let me show y'all something and why we don't root for anybody. A long time ago, some brothers and sisters had wrote CARICOM and asked CARICOM, do they include Black Americans in any of their reparations claim? And I'm showing this not to my certified foundational Black Americans because we give a damn. I'm showing this to my certified foundational Black Americans so we can hammer home the point we don't give a damn. So anybody out there talking about I'm rooting for them, I'm openly not rooting for them because I know they are working for them, and them meaning them folks. Watch this, y'all. Somebody had sent this to them a long time ago. The CARICOM Reparations Commission is advancing the case for reparations for its member states in the Caribbean. We do not cover persons of African descent in the United States directly. However, I am not sure if you are aware of NARC and NCOBRA, the two organizations that are there to undercut us. Was established in 2015, and they are very active in working on reparations claims for African Americans, including putting through a reparations bill to Congress, hopefully this year. We are in touch with and collaborate with them. And to get more information, you basically Google 1-800 I need some goddamn deodorant. Y'all see right there, family, for anybody out there that are talking about they're rooting for the other people to get some money. They're rooting for these people to come up. You're rooting for these people to get paid. Family, why folks is out there rooting for them, they're out there openly and actively saying, we don't cover y'all. Now, remember, CARICOM is littered with politicians who are tethers who are in the United States government. So you have tethers who are non-Black Americans who sit on panels and speak about Black Americans. However, they don't support reparations for Black Americans. They support reparations for everybody else. So if you see somebody out there talking about they are rooting for Jamaica, they're rooting for Africa, I want you to remember, y'all, don't ever in your life root for somebody who is not rooting for you. That is simple 101. And that is simple, foundational Black American savvy. And that's how we are. So we watching all of that. We're, examining it and we're breaking it down and we're enjoying the show and we putting on and we extra special because that's just what foundational Black Americans always do, because that's how foundational Black Americans always are. Family, you see like I see like the world sees, family. When you deal with the dark knuckle community, family, that's what you're going to get. They want dark knuckle reparations, fam. Remember that, y'all. They want dark knuckle reparations. That's what it is. CARICOM right there. You notice they all hiding them hands. They all hiding them hands because they all got them dark knuckles. Look at them, fam. I ain't lying. Everybody got them damn knuckles covered up. Old girl right there in the middle with the yellow shirt on, she covering up them goddamn knuckles. Old buddy in the middle, you ain't crossing your legs, homie. You trying to hide them goddamn knuckles because they going to pop out looking like that right there. Uh-huh. We don't want no damn dark knuckle reparations. So take your damn dark knuckles and get the hell away from foundational Black Americans because we ain't on that kind of time. You already know. Let me tell you this, though, fam. We don't give a damn. We are about it, fam. As much as you love yourself, I want you to put that energy towards yourself. Anybody who comes at foundational Black Americans and they knuckles look like they've been flipping goddamn coal in the air. They've been, going through charcoal and they've been out there dipping their hands in oil. Fam, understand that is them. We are us. We're different. Okay, we've always been different. And we're going to break it down strategically in all different people, the tethers of color, family. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you saw they were doing this. They was over there going like this and stuff. They was like, well, today is a great day today. And, as the day turns, I'm going to figure things out. Show your goddamn knuckles. Fam, are we going to have to add dark knuckles to the hairlines and to the foreheads, fam? Are we going to have Fleedman foreheads, tether hairlines, and dark knuckles, y'all? Is this what it is, fam? Do we got to insert dark knuckles into the movement? Because there's a hell of a lot of them damn dark knuckle folks out there. And them damn knuckles be dark as hell, y'all. We ain't having that. Don't let your hands look like powdered donuts and your knuckles look like charcoal. It don't work that goddamn way. We don't want your dark knuckle reparations. All right? We understand that. You can have that. We don't want that. We too damn certified. We too FBA, and we winning too goddamn much to slow down for the dark knuckle community. Damn. Woo! I'm sorry, family. I done seen it all today. Let me tell you what I've seen today. I've seen people trying to talk about Afro-Indigenous so they can really just twist Black American. Let me tell you something. There ain't no such thing as Afro-Indigenous. It's just Indigenous Black Americans. And if anybody does not address you as an Indigenous Black American, then they ain't rocking with you. You're not going to Africanize FBA today, Africanize FBA in the past, and then Africanize the Indigenous. It's Indigenous Black Americans. Bottom line, to hell with Afro-Indigenous. And then on top of all of that, I ain't never seen y'all with no goddamn Afro pics, fam. So you can't have that. That belongs to us, FBA. And then your reparations panel and your reparations claim is janky as hell. You take your dark knuckles, your tether hairline, your Fleedman forehead, and you get the hell away from foundational Black Americans. We see everything they do, y'all. That's why they scared. We watch all of their moves. That's why they scared. They know when they come up with lie number 2, 3, 4, 5, 36, 37, 38, 78, 79, 100. They are on the point, fam, where they ran out of lies. That bag is empty. They can't pull nothing out. Even the littlest lies, they think nobody's going to catch it. There's going to be an FBA brother or sister who's going to catch it. The big lies, we catch those. The sponsored lies, the ones with money, the ones without money, the ones they tell on TikTok, on X, on Instagram, on Facebook, the ones they tell when their hairline was going all the way back, opposed to the ones whose hairlines go all the way to hell back. We see every single thing that they say, and we watch every single thing they do, and they can't get no traction, y'all. They can't get none. It's a beautiful day to be FBA. Let me tell y'all something else now. The main reason why we say you not like us, it ain't just your tether hairline. No. That's a big factor. But it ain't the main factor. It ain't just your Fleedman forehead. No. That's a huge factor. But it's not the main factor. And your damn dark knuckles. That is a very, very, very big factor, but it's not the main one. The reason why foundational Black Americans in this generation say they not like us is because, family, they not like their goddamn selves. Look at this right here, family. Somebody done pissed off Moist Mutombo. In Moist Mutombo, a Ugandan man dressed up as a lady was refused from entering a Uganda party in the USA. Someone told him that them damn shoulder blades are as big as that forehead and take the damn dress off. Y'all say what's up to dark knuckle Moist Mutombo. He pissed off.
Are you both? Are you going to judge me? The such an idiot! A stupid black man! You just ruined my night! You fucking ruined my night! Why you got pizza in the Canino? Why you want pizza? And I see Uganda! And I see Uganda! You do it because I'm gay!
Hey, even his purse is white. You just can't get away from whiteness, can you? You just can't run from whiteness. Everything, fam, even when they dressed up, when he's Moist Mutombo. What y'all say? Holiday Heart Mutombo, Skittles Bag Mutombo, Fruit by the Foot Mutombo, Fruit Roll Up Mutombo, Rainbow Mutombo. He still got to have a white purse. Damn, Mr. Mutombo. Step your game up, take the dress off, and get the hell out of America.
I'm very peaceful. I'm very pissed. I'm very peaceful. Are you both? Are you going to judge me? The such an idiot! The Sasha Idiot! A stupid black man! Not just a black man. You just ruined my nights! You fucking ruined my nights!
They ruined his night!
You just ruined my nights! You fucking ruined my nights!
Homeboy, when you put the damn dress on with the white purse, you ruined your night, you ruined your day, you ruined your morning, you ruined your whole existence the same way that you come from a ruined homeland. That right there is the homeland blues. What I told y'all, when you see dark knuckles, you see a failed homeland. When you see a tethered hairline, a failed homeland. When you see a Fleedman forehead, you see a failed homeland. And when you see shoulder blades that are this damn wide with a dress on, this damn small, with a hairline that's that far back and a little white purse, you see a failed homeland, you see a failed man, you see a failed existence, and you see a failed moist Mutombo. Moist Mutombo, you take all your moisture back to Uganda, because over here in Foundational Black America, we don't stand for it, we don't go for it. Hell no. Take that as well as everything else y'all think y'all got going on over there, as well as everything you think that you with rockin' for and what you have not created. And just know one thing, when you step over here on this side, we not running around here looking like that. We ain't running around here hiding our knuckles. We ain't running around here with a big ass hat on trying to cover up our foreheads, family. FBA is straight out the gate, straight to the point, straight on with it, and everybody else is fading straight to the back because that's the way that it's supposed to be. Family, it's been another beautiful broadcast, fam. We done went 4 hours in here. Appreciate the love, appreciate the love, appreciate the love. Receipt on top of receipt on top of receipt. We done went all the way down the line like we always do. And we done ended up, family, exposing every lie that they've created. We done showed that they want to beg. We done showed that these people have failed. And we have showed that if you see a tethered hairline, a white purse, you probably gonna see some ashy ass knuckles or some dark knuckles. Either one, family, they ain't like us. Shout out to the team. Certified salute from Black Alpha. Appreciate you guys. You already know we're going to be back at it one more time, holding it down. Delineation is running the yard. Regulators are mounting up. I got some beautiful brothers and sisters in the chat tonight. Appreciate y'all. Want y'all to have a great weekend. Stay strong and thorough every single day, every single hour, every single moment. Told y'all we increasing the temperature 1 billion miles an hour, fam, and we're going to bring in the future, y'all. We're going to bring in the future, and the future will be brought in the same way the present has. And how is that? That's by the certified 100 foundational Black Americans, the only indigenous people of this land. One love, y'all. I want y'all to stay good. I'm out of here. Y'all enjoy y'all night. Enjoy every single thing that you got going on for yourself. If you see a hater, go ahead and point them out. And if you see a regulator, you know what we about, man. Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. I've got the best subscribers in the world, and the whole world knows that. And I love all of you guys with a passion. Yes, indeed. Y'all stay good. And always remember, no matter where you go, no matter where you at, Black is beautiful. Not dark knuckles, okay? It ain't dark knuckles. It ain't black knuckles, okay? All right, remember that. I'm over here trying to say black is beautiful, and beautiful is always black, and dark-ass knuckles popped in my damn mind. Black is beautiful, not dark knuckles. Remember that, family. Always remember. Black is beautiful. Beautiful is always black. Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. One love. Free Huey.
Black Alpha Network. Home of Black excellence. Power to the people.